Alrighty. Good evening, everybody, and welcome to the 6th annual Metal Gear Marathon. We've been doing this live for 6 years now. Where does the time go? God damn. It's never, well, it's not that it was never meant to be a recurring thing on this kind of scale. Like, I've explained many times before, I've always done a sort of personal playthrough of Metal Gear games over the Christmas period. And then we started streaming it. I am not drinking yet. I've got some coffee. We'll start with the coffee, and maybe we'll get into the gin later on in the evening. But no booze in my hole yet. As always, we'll start with the briefings, because everyone always skips the briefings. A lot of people don't even realize they're there.
It's been a long time, Snake.
I should have known you were behind this, Colonel.
That's no way to greet an old war buddy, Snake.
What do you want from me?
I just invited you here so we could have a talk.
Invited? That's what you call sending armed soldiers after me?
Sorry if they were a little rough with you. But we've got a serious situation here. Only you can get us out of it.
I'm retired from Foxhound. You're not my commander anymore, and I don't have to take orders from you or anyone else.
You will take these orders. I know it.
Excuse me.
Who's this?
Dr. Naomi Hunter. She's chief of Foxhound's medical staff, and an expert in gene therapy.
Are you military?
No, civilian. I've been sent here from ATGC. Pleasure to meet you, Snake. Don't worry, this injection won't hurt a bit.
What's the shot for?
What's wrong? You don't like shots?
Snake, listen up. It all went down 5 hours ago. Heavily armed soldiers occupied Shadow Moses Island, a remote island off the coast of Alaska.
What soldiers?
Next Generation Special Forces, led by members of Unit Foxhound. They've presented Washington with a single demand, and they say that if it isn't met, they'll launch a nuclear weapon.
A nuclear weapon?
I'm afraid so. You see, the island is the site of a secret nuclear weapons disposal facility.
Foxhound hijacking a nuclear weapon?
Now you understand how serious the situation is. You'll have 2 mission objectives. First, you're to rescue the DARPA chief, Donald Anderson, and the president of Arms Tech, Kenneth Baker. They're both being held as hostages.
Those are some heavy-duty hostages.
Secondly, you're to investigate whether or not the terrorists have the ability to launch a nuclear strike, and stop them if they do. Any questions, Snake?
Questions? I haven't even said whether I'd accept this mission.
Well, you can make up your mind after you hear more about the situation.
How's the audio against my voice here? Obviously, it's not like active sound, but you can hear the sort of backing track. How's that compared against my voice? I can jack the game up a bit more if it's still a bit quiet. Sort of the advantage of opening with the briefings here as well. We can take a moment to get the sound balance. And I always enjoyed, as I said, I always enjoy doing the briefings because most people don't even realize they're in the game. And they're all the, like, hand-animated cutscenes, which I really appreciate.
Tell me about the nuclear weapon disposal facility.
The disposal facility includes a hardened underground base. Even with our most advanced intelligence gathering equipment, we can't tell what's happening inside.
So someone needs to penetrate, gather intelligence, and report back. Sounds like a spy movie. What's the insertion method?
Well, an air insertion is impossible.
Not with this storm going on.
We'll approach the disposal facility by sub.
approach?
Yes, within a few miles of it. The facility is equipped with sonar detection capabilities. They'd be able to hear our engine or propeller noise.
And then?
We'll launch a one-man SDV.
Launch?
Same as a torpedo, only this has no propulsion device of its own. After the SDV gets as close as it can, dispose of it. From there on, you'll have to swim.
You want me to swim in sub-zero Alaskan water?
Don't worry. That suit represents the latest advances in polythermal technology. The nuclear weapons disposal facility covers the whole island. I'll instruct you by codec after you reach your target.
Anyone going with me?
As usual, this is a one-man infiltration mission.
Weapons and equipment OSP?
Yes. This is a top-secret black op. Don't expect any official support.
What's the time limit?
24 hours. They say they'll launch after 24 hours.
Do they say what the target will be?
So far, they haven't mentioned the target.
When did the countdown start?
5 hours ago.
Colonel, who are you speaking for?
Naturally, I'm representing the US government.
So who's in supervisory control of this operation?
The President of the United States.
Which means that the President must be meeting with his top aides in the map room about now, huh?
No, at this point they're still video conferencing with each other.
If that's a real nuclear warhead, shouldn't they issue a COG?
Not yet. The Secretary of Defense has operational control and is fully aware of the situation. After you infiltrate, if you determine they possess nuclear launch capabilities, a COG will be issued.
Well, if they haven't relocated to the nuclear shelter under Mount Washington, I suppose there isn't that much reason to worry yet. Is the National Security Agency in on this?
Yes. So is the DIA, the Defense Intelligence Agency.
The DIA? I'm starting to get a bad feeling about this.
They'll be sending us some support.
We don't need desk jockeys. We need a nuclear weapons specialist.
Of course. A nuclear weapons specialist has already been assigned to us.
We need backup from a specialist. I'm just an amateur when it comes to nuclear weapons.
I know. That's why I've requested the assistance of a military analyst named Nastasha Romanenko. She'll be providing you backup by codec.
A female analyst?
She's built up an impressive record as an advisor for the Nuclear Emergency Search Team. Contact her if you have any questions. She's also an expert on high-tech weapons.
Where's she working from?
At her home in Los Angeles.
California. Seems like a million miles away. Colonel, you're retired. Why are you involved in this?
Because there aren't many people who know Foxhound as well as I do.
Is that really the only reason?
I've been soldiering for a long time. I don't know anything else. I guess even though I'm getting a little old, I still love to be in the field.
Colonel, you're a lousy liar. Tell me the real reason.
Okay, Snake. Sorry. I'll be frank. A person very dear to me is being held hostage.
Who is it?
My niece, Meryl.
What was your niece doing here?
Several soldiers were reported missing the day of the revolt. and my niece was one of those called in as an emergency replacement.
She looks like you.
She's my little brother's girl. He died in the Gulf War, and since then I've been watching after her.
A personal motive, Colonel. That's not very soldierly.
I'm retired. I'm just an old man now. And I'm your friend.
Since when are we friends?
I've thought of us as friends since the fall of Zanzibar.
With my personality, I don't have too many friends.
That's what I trust about you. It's what makes you human. Please, Snake. Save my niece, Meryl.
All right. But I have two conditions.
Name them.
1, no more secrets between us. I want complete disclosure at all times. And 2, I'll only accept orders directly from you, Colonel. No cutoffs involved, okay?
Agreed. That's why I was called. But one thing.
What?
I'm not a colonel anymore. Just a retired old warhorse.
I understand, Colonel. That doctor, is she part of this operation too?
She was in charge of Foxhound's gene therapy. She knows more about those men than anyone else.
You mean you've seen them naked?
Make no mistake, I'm not a nurse. I'm a scientist.
By the way, what was that injection for?
It's a combination of nanomachines and an anti-freezing peptide so that your blood and other bodily fluids don't freeze, even at subarctic temperatures.
Nanomachines?
Not just one kind, either. There are different types which will replenish the supply of adrenaline, nutrition, and sugar in your bloodstream.
Now I don't have to worry about food.
I also put some nootropics in there.
Say what?
Nootropics. A class of drugs which will help improve your mental functioning.
It'll make me smarter, huh? Anything else?
Yes. Benzedrine. It's a type of stimulant. It'll keep you alert and responsive for 12 straight hours.
That was quite a cocktail. Anything else in there?
Those nanomachines will also keep your Codex batteries charged up.
I guess I can call you when I'm ready to go on a diet.
You're welcome.
The chief of DARPA and the president of an arms manufacturing company. What business did they have at a nuclear weapons disposal facility?
The truth is that secret exercises were being conducted at the time the terrorist group attacked.
Must be extremely important exercises if those two were directly involved. Were they testing some kind of new advanced weapon?
I'm not privy to that information.
Do we know exactly where they're being held?
The DARPA chief has also been injected with a mini-transmitter. As you get closer, you should be able to pick up his location on your radar.
Do they really have the ability to launch a nuclear missile?
They say they do. They even gave us the serial number of the warhead they plan to use.
Was the number confirmed?
I'm afraid so. At the very least, they've got their hands on a real nuclear warhead.
Isn't there some kind of safety device to prevent this type of terrorism?
Yes. Every missile and warhead in our arsenal is equipped with a PAL, which uses a discrete detonation code.
PAL.
Permissive Action Link. The safety control system built into all nuclear weapons systems. But even so, we can't rest easy.
Why not?
Because the DARPA chief knows the detonation code.
But even if they have a nuclear warhead, it must have been removed from its missile. All the missiles on these disposal sites are supposed to be dismantled. It's not that easy to get your hands on an ICBM.
That used to be true. But since the end of the Cold War, you can get anything if you have enough money and the right connections.
How well armed are these terrorists? I know there was an exercise going on at the time they revolted.
They're heavily armed, I'm afraid.
What about their battle experience?
The 6 members of Foxhound in charge are all hardened veterans. They're tough enough to eat nails and ask for seconds.
I wouldn't expect anything less from Foxhound.
The others are next-generation special forces. They're not your average grunts either.
So what exactly are they demanding?
A person's remains.
Remains?
That's right. To be more accurate, cell specimens which contain the individual's genomic information.
Cell specimens? Why would they want that?
The terrorists need them. You see, these next-generation special forces have been strengthened through gene therapy.
Strengthened?
You've heard of the Human Genome Project. They've been mapping the human genome, and they're nearly finished. Following up on this research, the military has been working towards identifying those genes which are responsible for making effective soldiers.
There are genes that do that?
Yes. And using gene therapy, they're able to transplant those genes into regular soldiers.
Gene therapy?
I'll explain this part. With gene therapy, we can remove those genes which we know may lead to sickness or disease, and at the same time splice in genes with beneficial effects, such as resistance to cancer, for example.
In other words, we can overcome all sorts of genetic diseases, and at the same time add genetic characteristics as desired.
Okay. And so if you knew what genes were responsible for making the perfect soldier, you could implant them in the same way, right?
Yes, we could.
But it all depends on being able to isolate and identify those soldier genes.
And in order to do that, it's helpful if you can study the genomic information of one of the greatest soldiers ever.
One of the greatest soldiers ever?
The man they call the greatest warrior of the 20th century.
You don't mean Big Boss.
That's right. We've been working feverishly to identify the genes responsible for his incredible combat skill. So far, we've discovered about 60 of the so-called soldier genes.
So his body was recovered after all.
Yes, and his cells have remained frozen in a cryo chamber. His genomic information is a priceless treasure to mankind.
Priceless to the military, perhaps.
His body was burned severely, but it was possible to restore his DNA profile from just a single strand of his hair.
You people are amazing. And then you're gonna transplant those genes into soldiers?
Yes. We'll use a process that I discovered called gene targeting. The strongest soldiers don't become what they are by acquiring their skills through training or experience. We now know that hereditary factors are far more crucial for creating superior soldiers.
Snake, we can't give them his body. It's potentially more dangerous than all the nuclear warheads on that island put together.
I hear the terrorists are calling themselves the Sons of Big Boss.
The Sons of Big Boss? Tell me about these next-generation special forces.
They started out as an anti-terrorist special ops unit, made up of former members of biochem units, technical escort units, and the nuclear emergency search team. Their purpose was to respond to threats involving next-generation weapons of mass destruction, including NBC weapons.
Until they were added, that is.
Who's they?
These guys didn't start out as regular army.
Looks like a pretty international group. Mercenaries?
Yeah, and it gets worse. Most of them were from a merc agency that I think you're familiar with. They were part of Big Boss's private guard. And after Big Boss went down, the military just bought out all their contracts.
Outer heaven.
After that, they were merged with our own VR unit, Force 21, and retrained. If you ask me, these so-called next-generation special forces should be called simulated soldiers. They have no real battle experience.
Video game players, huh?
Don't forget they've all been strengthened with gene therapy. They carry genes which make them excellent soldiers. Don't get careless just because they don't have much experience.
I thought using genetically modified soldiers was prohibited by international law.
Yes, but those are just declarations, not actual treaties.
The interesting thing is that nearly every member of the unit conspired in this attack.
How could an entire unit be subverted to rebellion?
They're calling it a revolution.
Since they all went through the same gene therapy, they probably felt closer than brothers. They see the unit as their only family.
The son's a big boss. But if they were regular army, they must have been interviewed periodically by army counselors.
According to their files, they all got straight A's on their psychological tests. They all seemed like fine, upstanding, patriotic soldiers.
But they all took part in the uprising?
No, several people didn't show up on the day of the exercise. That's why there was a resupply of troops.
Was there any sign recently that something might be wrong?
There was a report a month ago that they were acting strangely.
Apparently they consulted classified information about the soldier genes and performed their own gene therapy experiments.
They can do that even without you?
Well, our gene therapy process is almost completely automated. And besides that, they're all geniuses with IQs over 180.
Even the existence of this genome army is a national secret of the highest order. We've been hoping to investigate this thing quietly and deal with it behind closed doors. High-Tech Special Forces Unit Foxhound. Your former unit, and one that I was a commander of. An elite group combining firepower and expertise. They're every bit as good as when I was commanding them.
So they're still around.
There are 6 members of Foxhound involved in this terrorist activity. Psycho Mantis, with his powerful psychic abilities. Sniper Wolf, the beautiful and deadly sharpshooter. Decoy Octopus, master of disguise. Vulcan Raven, giant and shaman. And Revolver Ocelot, specialist in interrogation and a formidable gunfighter.
Looks like a lovely bunch of folks. Too bad we'll be meeting under these circumstances.
And finally, in charge of them, Foxhound's squad leader, Liquid Snake.
Liquid Snake?
Yes. And you're the only person who can stand against him.
Liquid Snake.
Liquid Snake. The man with the same codename as you.
Tell me what you know.
He fought in the Gulf War as a teenager, the youngest person in the SAS. His job was to track down and destroy mobile Scud missile launching platforms. You were there too, I believe. Didn't you infiltrate Western Iraq with a platoon of Green Berets?
I was just a kid myself back then.
The details are classified, but it seems that originally he penetrated the Middle East as a sleeper for the SIS.
He was a spy for the British Secret Intelligence Service?
But he never once showed his face in Century House. He was taken prisoner in Iraq, and after that there was no trace of him for several years. After you retired, he was rescued and became a member of Foxhound.
I thought that by the time I left, they were no longer using codenames.
I don't know his real name. That information is so highly classified that even I can't look at it. Here's a photo of him. Pretty shocking, huh? His skin tone is different, but otherwise you two are exact duplicates.
I have a twin?
I don't know the details, but it seems so. That's why we really need you for this mission.
You're the only one who can beat him. Now that I've met you, I know. You've got something that he doesn't. I can see it in your eyes.
Why don't I find that thought more comforting?
Bonus
I need
tape.
to borrow your scissors.
What are you going to do?
Don't worry, just gonna clean myself up a little.
Huh?
I don't want to be mistaken for the leader of the terrorists.
Always really like that. You watch all the briefing tapes, you get a very, very minor bonus tape, which explains why Snake has short hair. Alright, those of you new to the marathon, we'll be playing on normal for the sake of expedience more than anything. We have, over the years, experimented with harder difficulties. Basically, it just slows the process down significantly. So for the sake of being able to get through all 5 games in about a week, we'll just be playing on the normal difficulty for all of them.
Stay alert. He'll be through here. I know it. I'm going to swat down a couple of bothersome flies.
This is Snake. Colonel, can you hear me?
Loud and clear. What's the situation, Snake?
Looks like the elevator in the back is the only way up.
Just as I expected. You'll have to take the elevator to the surface. But make sure nobody sees you. If you need to, contact me by codec. The frequency is 140.85. When you want to use the codec, push the select button. When we need to contact you, the codec will beep. When you hear that noise, press the select button. The codec's receiver directly stimulates the small bones of your ear. No one but you will be able to hear it.
Got it. Okay, I'm ready to go.
And we begin by first changing to analog controls. And when I first played through this game, like as a kid, I didn't even have a DualShock controller. It was just played on the original PlayStation. I don't even what is the code name for the original PlayStation controller? Now let's see if I can not set the alarm off immediately. God damn it. Off to a good start. I can never get the spacing right in this game. It's so touchy.
What was that noise?
Oh, bollocks. I actually got the positioning right on that one, and I fucked it up. See, the enemy AI is, not the best in this.
Snake, there's an elevator.
It's the instant alert.
You'll just have to wait for the elevator to come down. You better hide somewhere.
Yeah, the instant alert AI. The later games obviously are much more forgiving on that front. They don't just psychically know immediately. Though, you could argue in the later games it makes sense, more sense, at least especially in 4. Okay, so that's an interesting topic there, Major Zero. Because MGS1's translation is a real interesting topic. Is Blaustein... Blaustein did MGS1? Yeah, Blaustein. Certainly took a lot of liberties. To the point that when it eventually got back to Kojima, he was not happy with some of the stuff, and it's also what inspired Kojima to take a more hands-on approach to localization with all the later games. Roller? Oh, goddammit, the analog deselected. Well, that's annoying. I'm not a fan of Twin Snakes. So Metal Gear games are pretty cheesy and silly, but I feel Twin Snakes goes too far. But yeah, as I was saying, as far as like translation shenanigans go with Metal Gear Solid 1, I am well aware of what went into the translation of this and changes made and the such, though my translation pedantry usually applies more to, how to put it, games with a more Japanese flavor to them. The Metal Gear games are sort of like the Resident Evil games, where they feel like their sort of core language is intended to be English, especially considering Kojima. But obviously that very much comes down to a sort of personal opinions. Hey, Serpent Ryu. Yeah, usually Twin Snakes is either considered like a part of the VR simulation training that Raiden did, or Otacon retelling the events of MGS1. Either of those is a perfectly acceptable explanation.
It's Snake. I'm in front of the disposal facility.
Excellent, Snake. Age hasn't slowed you down one bit.
How's that sneaking suit working out?
I'm nice and dry, but it's a little hard to move.
Bear with it. It's designed to prevent hypothermia. This is Alaska, you know.
Take it easy, I'm grateful. If it weren't for your suit and your shot, I would have turned into a popsicle out there.
An anti-freezing peptide, Snake. All of the genome soldiers in this exercise are using it.
I see. I'm relieved to hear that. Already tested, huh? By the way, how's the diversionary operation going?
2 F-16s just took off from Galena and are headed your way. The terrorist radar should have already picked them up.
Behind D. Colonel, what's a Russian gunship doing here?
I have no idea. But it looks like our little diversion got their attention. Now's your best chance to slip in unnoticed. There are only 18 hours left until their deadline. You've got to hurry.
Wow, you must be crazy to fly a hind in this kind of weather.
Who's that?
Oh, sorry. I haven't introduced you to yet. This is Mei Ling. She was assigned to us as our visual and data processing specialist. She designed your codec, as well as your Soliton radar system. Contact her if you have any questions about either of them.
Nice to meet you, Snake. It's an honor to speak to a living legend like yourself. What's wrong?
Nothing. I just didn't expect a world-class designer of military technology to be so cute.
You're just flattering me.
No, I'm serious. Well, I know I won't be bored for the next 18 hours.
Come on. I can't believe I'm being hit on by the famous Solid Snake. But I'm surprised. You're very frank for a trained killer.
Looks like we both have a lot to learn about each other.
Yeah. I'm looking forward to learning about the man behind the legend. But first, let me explain about your Soliton radar system. The bright dot in the middle is you, Snake. The red dots are your enemies, and the blue cone shape represents their field of vision.
Be careful, Snake. The genome soldiers have highly developed senses of hearing and vision due to their gene therapy. Make sure you don't let them see you.
First, I want you to infiltrate the disposal site and look for the DARPA chief.
The DARPA chief was injected with the same GPS transmitting nanomachines as you.
He should appear on your radar as a green dot.
Get whatever information you can from him about the terrorists. If he's alive, that is.
Snake, your radar isn't affected by the weather, but if you're discovered by an enemy, you won't be able to use it.
Yes, it gets jammed easily, I'm afraid.
Yes, it's all made from currently existing technology. You won't be able to use it in an area with strong harmonic resonance, so be careful.
We'll be monitoring your movements by radar, so contact us by codec anytime you want.
Got it. I'll call if I'm feeling lonely.
Seriously, Snake, we're here to back you up, so call if you need some information or advice.
I'm also in charge of your mission data. Contact me if you want me to record your current status. My frequency is 140.96. It's a dedicated frequency for saving data. Don't forget it.
Remember, except for your binoculars, you're naked. You need to arm yourself with whatever weapons you can find.
I remember. First, I'm strip searched by Dr. Naomi here, and then all my weapons are taken away. Imagine yourself put in that position.
Well, if you make it back in one piece, maybe I'll let you do a strip search on me.
I'll hold you to that, Doctor. By the way, sorry to disappoint you, but I did manage to smuggle out my smokes.
How did you do that?
In my stomach. Thanks to the shot you gave me that suppressed my stomach acids.
Cigarettes? How are those going to help you?
You never know.
If you want to get in, there's the front door. It's the fastest way, but there's too much risk of being spotted by the enemy.
I can't just knock on the door and ask them to let me in. There's one sentry on the left and one on the right. They're armed with 5.56ers and pineapples.
What about the air duct near the door? There should also be a duct on the second floor.
I can't see it from here.
I'll let you decide the best COA. I'm counting on you, Snake.
For those not as familiar with the marathons, I also tend not to talk over the movie sequences. So when the game's sort of presenting its story and whatnot, you won't be hearing like my voice. I'll just be talking in the chat. I don't like talking over the game.
Surveillance camera?
There's a few exceptions to that where I'll start doing like line for line quotes of dialogue, but I'll try not to do that too often. Now, hang on. Alright. Do we We've got options. Do we man mode the Meryl sequence, where we face down her Famus with just our fists? Or do we get the early cheaty goggles? Because to get the early cheaty goggles, we have to get the early SOCOM, and if we get the early SOCOM, we use the SOCOM in the Meryl sequence. SOCOM? Cool. SOCOM's sort of important anyway for when we come back here in MGS4. Or does that make sound? This will be relevant later. This will be on the test. What part of your pattern? He, like, comes all the fucking way around, doesn't he? Cheaty goggles, also super useful. Always happy to have the cheaty goggles. The cheaty goggles being the IR goggles. They sort of break a bunch of parts of multiple Metal Gear games, really. They're called the cheaty goggles for a reason. They are an exceptionally useful accessory. They do help out a lot. You are not wrong there. They are exceedingly useful in this one, and also very useful in MGS3, and necessary in MGS2.
That base must
Well, I
have
suppose.
some kind of ventilation system to recirculate the air. There should be air ducts around there somewhere. They must need a lot of power to run the base. There's probably a diesel generator somewhere. And since generating electricity requires oxygen, there must be exhaust openings for that, too. You're not gonna believe this, but they shot down the F-16s we were using as a diversion with a Hind D. Then we got a message from Liquid. He said if we try something like that again, he'll launch the nuke. Snake, hurry up and get in there. That Hind will be coming back soon.
This is also by far my favorite version of the codec. All the, like, hand-drawn character sprites. They're just... mwah, love them.
Snake, this is McDonald Miller. It's been a long time.
Master, what are you doing here?
I quit being a drill instructor, so I moved out here for some peace and quiet. I'm in retirement, just like you. Once in a while, I still help train the Alaskan Scouts.
Passing on the skills to a new generation, huh?
Campbell told me about the situation here. I thought I might be of some use.
There's no one I'd rather have in a foxhole than you.
Well, I know lots about survival in a harsh environment. I've lived in Alaska longer than you. So call me if you have any questions about the flora or fauna out here. My frequency is 141.80.
I don't remember? Is Miller in? Metal Gear 2? Oh, he'd have to, yeah, but, oh. So the problem is the characterization in Metal Gear 2 for some of them are a bit odd. Because if I recall correctly, he's, more Asian looking originally, which he's supposed to be half Japanese.
move the DARPA chief to the cell in the first floor basement.
What about the vent shaft cleaning?
They just opened the vent covers. They're about to start spraying for rats.
First floor basement ventilation shaft.
Shut those covers as soon as they're done spraying. Also, keep your eye on that woman in the cell. Don't get careless now.
Woman in the cell?
Did something happen?
There's an intruder.
Really?
He's already done 3 people.
He's killed 3 people?
Yeah. See, he's using stealth, too.
Stealth? There's an intruder besides me?
Anyway, I want you to increase the security detail on the chief.
Because yeah, if we're talking about Miller, we need to start talking about burgers. Some weird character arcs. Miller's probably like the most all over the place as far as characterization goes.
Press the action button to drop down.
Ocelot is... You probably make arguments for Ocelot, but he's technically consistent due to bullshit.
Use the elevator to change floors. There should be a cargo elevator that you can take down somewhere around there. Try to find it.
This room that has the... You'd think I'd have memorized all these, like, fine details by now. There it is, early GD goggles. There's no one up on the second floor yet, right? Yeah, no, it's not until later in the game that they put a guard up here. Level 1 door, yeah. Hey, some guy, how's it going? Indeed, it is time for the Metal Gear. I don't remember if that was keycard locked. Probably can't get the item in there yet. Oh boy, this is dangerous! I am doing well, thanks. Pumped to be getting into the Metal Gear Marathon.
Look at the radar.
Oh, that's right, Iman. I forgot.
He's the green
You,
dot.
yeah.
Hurry and
That's-
rescue him.
My brain hasn't, like, put that together yet. It'll take a bit. Name changes. I'm already bad with names. You didn't name change on me. Makes things hard. Ugh.
Snake, if you want to go up or down a ladder, just press the action button by the ladder.
We're not gonna do the little Merrill Easter egg here because it takes a long fucking time. But I will at least point it out.
Oh, kinda damn cold. I hate Alaska. Boy, oh boy, that woman is built all right.
We introduce one of the most oddly recurring characters. Good old Johnny. As for PSO2 stream-wise, it can be fun. Helps if you're like rolling with mates or something. Yeah, we will be feeding Papa Johnny. Don't you worry, he will get fed.
Is that a woman?
Not me.
So, with Meryl here, if you go in and out of the vent shaft a shitload of times, I don't remember exactly how many it is, she'll eventually strip down to her panties and like keep doing the exercises. But it takes such a long time. It's not worth the effort.
Snake, the DARPA chief's signal is coming from somewhere in that area. Isn't there some place to drop down? Take a look around in first-person view mode.
We will catch her in her panties later in the game anyway, so don't you worry about that.
Who's that?
I'm here to save you. You're the DARPA chief, Donald Anderson, right?
You here to save me, huh? What's your outfit?
I'm the pawn they sent here to save your worthless butt.
Really? It's true. You don't look like one of them. In that case, hurry up and get me out of here.
Slow down. Don't worry. First, I want some information about the terrorists.
The terrorists?
Do they really have the ability to launch a nuke?
What are you talking about?
The terrorists are threatening the White House. They say if they don't accede to their demands, they'll launch a nuclear weapon.
Sweet Jesus.
Is it possible?
It's possible. They could launch a nuke.
How do they plan to launch? I thought this place was just for keeping the dismantled warheads. They shouldn't have access to a missile.
What I'm about to tell you is classified information. Okay? We were conducting exercises with a new type of experimental weapon. A weapon that will change the world.
What?
A weapon with the ability to launch a nuclear attack from any place on the face of the Earth. A nuclear-equipped walking battle tank.
Metal Gear.
It can't be.
You knew?
How did
Metal
you
Gear
know?
is one of the most secret
Oh,
black
bollocks.
projects.
I dropped a line.
How did you know that?
We've had a couple of run-ins in the past. So that's the reason you were here at this disposal site?
Why else would I come to a godforsaken place like this?
I had heard the Metal Gear project was scrapped.
On the contrary, it's grown into a huge joint project between Arms Tech and ourselves. We were going to use this exercise as raw data and then proceed to mass production. If it hadn't been for the revolution.
Revolution?
Rex has fallen into the hands of terrorists.
Rex?
Metal Gear Rex. The code name for the new Metal Gear prototype. They're probably already finished arming the warhead they plan to use with Rex. These guys are pros. They're all experienced in handling and equipping weapons.
Hey! Shut up in there, will ya?
But I thought that all nuclear warheads were equipped with safety measures. Some kind of detonation code that you have to input.
Oh, you mean PAL? Yes, of course, there is a PAL. It's set up so that you need to input 2 different passwords in order to launch the device.
There are 2 passwords?
Yes, Baker knows one, and I know one.
Baker? The president of Arms Tech.
That's right. Each of us needs to input our password, or there can be no launch. But they found out my password.
You talked?
Psycho Mantis can read people's minds. You can't resist.
Psycho Mantis?
One of the members of Foxhound. He has psychic powers.
This is bad.
It's just a matter of time before they get Baker's too.
If they find out Baker's password...
Yes, they'll be able to launch a nuke anytime. But there is a way to stop the launch.
What?
The card keys.
Card keys?
They were designed by Arms Tech, the system developers, as an emergency override. Even without the passwords, you can just insert the card keys and engage the safety lock.
And if I do that?
Yes. You can stop the launch.
That card key.
So where are the keys?
Baker should have them. Listen, you need 3 card keys. There are 3 different slots to put them in. You need to insert a card into each one of them.
Okay, 3 card keys. Do you know where they might be keeping Baker?
Somewhere in the 2nd floor basement.
2nd floor basement?
I heard the guards say they moved him to an area that has a lot of electronic jamming.
Any other clues?
Yes, they cemented over the entrances, but didn't have enough time to paint them. Why don't you look for the areas where the walls are a different color? Here, take this. It's my ID card. It'll open any level 1 security door. It's called a PAN card. It works together with your body's own electrical field.
Personal area network, huh?
It transmits data using the salts in your body as the transmission medium. As you approach the door's security devices, they'll read the data stored in the card.
And the doors will open automatically. Gotcha. Okay, I'm gonna get you out of here.
Wait a minute.
What is it?
You haven't heard any other way to disarm the PAL, have you? From your bosses or anyone?
No.
Are you sure you haven't heard anything?
I just said no.
So does the White House plan to give in to the terrorists' demands?
That's their problem. It has nothing to do with my orders.
But what about the Pentagon?
Pentagon? What is it?
It begins.
Dead.
Naomi, the chief. What happened?
I don't know. It looked like a heart attack, but...
A heart attack? No.
Colonel, are you hiding something from me?
Absolutely not. Snake, you've got to understand. This op is security level red. You need the highest security clearance to get access to the complete file.
You want me to believe that you're in charge of this op, but you don't have complete access to the file?
I told you, the Secretary of Defense is in operational control. I'm just here as your support. Snake, we don't have time to debate. Get out of there and find President Baker.
Cool, you can see what's happening on the mini-map. But yes, we have just introduced the plot point. Well, I suppose technically it was introduced in the movie, like the briefing sequences, though you had no idea. But we've now introduced a plot point that will define the franchise. How do you... There's a way to do this. I always do it every time. Like that. There's Johnny. And there's Meryl. One point. Oh god. That would probably work.
So you killed the chief, you bastard.
I don't know what the transmission distance is.
Liquid? No, you're not. Don't move!
Is this the first time you ever pointed a gun at a person? Your hands are shaking. Can you shoot me, rookie?
Careful, I'm no rookie.
Liar. That nervous glance, that scared look in your eyes. They're rookie's eyes if I ever saw them. You've never shot a person, am I right?
You talk too much.
You haven't even taken the safety off, rookie.
I told you I'm no rookie!
You're not one of them, are you?
Open that door. You've got a card, don't you?
Why?
So we can get the hell out of here.
Looks like we'll be a little delayed. What are you doing? Don't think. Shoot!
Thereabouts. I don't remember the specific years. This one takes place in 2005. I think 4 is 2014, so yeah, 9 years is right.
Snake, what are you doing? Take care of the bad guys and get the hell out of there. You better use that weapon you found.
What are you waiting for? Shoot!
Don't talk to me like a rookie.
I'm telling you, shoot!
She was originally meant to be like 12, as odd as that sounds. Because Kojima's a huge movie nerd. He wanted her to be like oh shoot, what's the Professional? I forget the name of the movie. Shit. I am not a movie nerd. This sequence is much easier if you use the SOCOM. The Professional. That's it. That you're forced to kill there.
Thanks for the help.
This version of the game, there's no way to do a no-kills run.
Who are you?
Twin Snakes, you can do a no-kills run because you have Tranquilizer Gun. So during the forced kill sequences, you can not kill.
You've killed him!
I'm sorry, sir.
His mental shielding was very strong. I could not dive into his mind.
Now we'll never get that detonation code.
Boss, I have a good idea.
Normally I do that sequence CQC, but that still counts as kills, because I break their necks. It's just much easier with the SOCOM, and since we had the SOCOM this time, why waste all the health?
Good girl. Just like that.
Naomi, I just had some kind of hallucination. Is it from the nanomachines?
No, Snake. The nanomachines are functioning properly.
So what was it?
It must have been psychometric interference coming from Psycho Mantis, Foxhound's psychic. Think of it as a mental feedback loop.
So that was Mantis.
Alright, now we have keycards. So, fun fact, obviously in the English version he's got a naked sprite there. In the Japanese version of the game, he's still wearing underpants. She doesn't full strip him in the Japanese version. Which is odd, because normally nudity is less of an issue in Japanese games than in Western games. It's violence that's a big issue in Japanese games. There's some really weird censorship in some of the later Metal Gear titles. Because of zero ratings. Like Peace Walker, there's a sequence, obviously, there's always a sequence where Snake's getting tortured, and in the Japanese version, the torture sequence in Peace Walker is tickle torture instead of electric torture. Yes, you're not wrong, Furf. Yeah, there are still rules. It's not freeform. You can have whatever nudity you want, but you can get away with a lot more. Like you look at like Senra and Kagura, where there's technically it gets away with it because there's no actual nipples or anything that's like textured on the models. So this is where your cheaty goggles. You can see traps, which is really useful. But yeah, Strangelove in Peace Walker tickle tortures Big Boss instead of hitting him with electro rods in the Japanese version. Oh, actually, what we'll do is we'll show off. So this has come up a few times on the stream now, but I was first introduced to this because of the Metal Gear Marathon. I never noticed when I was a kid. There are extra walls that you can blow up in here that hide goodies. When someone pointed this out to me one Marathon stream, I was like, holy shit, it blew my fucking mind. How can you tell? Hang on. I'll show you with the actual wall we're supposed to do. So, there's two ways to tell. One, the easy way. Oh, hang on. I need to unequip the C4. You can tap on it, and they don't sound like regular wall. It sounds like fake wall. But you can also see the texture difference, which in PlayStation resolution, not the best, but it is a visible difference. But it's also like a carryover mechanic from Metal Gear 1 and 2, where there were fake walls you had to bust open as well. Can you call Natasha now? We haven't actually, I think... Have we been given her number? I don't think it's come up yet, because she first gets brought up when you go into the nuclear warhead storage building. I suppose if you just know her number, you could give her a call. I don't actually remember her number off the top of my head. Yeah, no, the game very much tells you about the walls that have been plastered over. I just never realized the bonus walls down the back. I knew about the walls you needed to get through to progress the story. Absolutely made the mistake before of standing too close to the C4s. I'd be like, wait, what? Why a shaft grenade? You can possibly hear the noise, but there are gun turret cameras in here that will give you the pew-pews.
Am I too late? He's alive. You're the Arms Tech president, Kenneth Baker, right? Don't worry. I'm here to save you.
No, don't touch it.
C4.
Right. Touch that wire, and the C4 will blow up along with the old man. So you're the one that the boss keeps talking about.
And you?
Special Operations Foxhound. Revolver Ocelot. I've been waiting for you, Solid Snake. Now we'll see if the man can live up to the legend. This is the greatest handgun ever made. The Colt Single Action Army. 6 bullets, more than enough to kill anything that moves. Now I'll show you why they call me Revolver. Draw! Draw! Hiding won't help you. I understand the bullets you see.
I need to, as usual, mute myself to make sure I'm not literally line by lining the dialogue.
I love to reload during a battle.
This is normal.
There's nothing like the feeling of slamming a long silver bullet into a well-used.
The marathon's done on normal. We've done a couple of times when we didn't do the marathon on normal. The problem is it just adds so much time. Because I don't know strats. But not normal.
You better hurry up. The old man's not gonna last.
We did MGS2 one year on hard, and that was fun, but added like 4 hours to the playthrough.
Fighting won't help. I love the smell of Gorda. You know, that sulfury smell. But to you, it'll be the smell of your own death.
mistimed the shot. How did... There we go. My timing's off.
You're pretty good. Just what I'd expect from the man with the same code as the boss. It's been a long time since I had such a good fight, but I'm just getting warmed up. What? My hand! Stealth camouflage. Can't you even die right? You were lucky. We'll meet again! Who are you? I like you. I have no name. That exoskeleton.
Who the hell? Can you talk?
Who are you?
I'm not one of them. The DARPA chief told me he gave them his detonation code. What about yours?
Oh, I get it. Jim sent you. You're from the Pentagon.
Answer my question. What about your code? There's no time.
I talked.
What? Now the terrorists have both codes and can launch any time.
It's not like I didn't fight. I managed to resist Psycho Mantis's mind probe.
He couldn't read you? How'd you do it?
Surgical implants in my brain.
Surgical implants?
Kind of like a psychic insulation. Everyone who knows these top secret codes has it.
Even the DARPA chief?
Of course.
But the DARPA chief said Mantis got his code by reading his mind.
Are you sure you heard him right?
Yeah, I'm sure. In that case, how did they get your code?
I never had any training on how to resist torture.
It looks like he had some fun with you, all right.
Oh, he's not human. I tell you, he loved every second of it.
What happened to your arm?
He broke it.
Looks like you're more than even now. His was sliced off.
Ha, you're a funny man. So the DARPA chief, is he okay?
Dead.
What? Can't be. No, that's not what you promised, Jim. Now you want to shut me up?
Calm down. What's wrong with you? I just told you I was here to save you. I didn't kill the DARPA chief. He had a heart attack or something.
A heart attack? Oh, don't be a fool.
Anyway, the terrorists have both codes now.
Those boys are totally insane. They wouldn't hesitate to launch.
I agree, but what do they really want?
Oh, who knows? Maybe they're like us in the arms industry, always looking forward to the next good war.
Well, I'm not gonna let these maniacs start a war today. You still have the card keys?
Card keys?
To override the detonation code. I heard you had them.
No, not anymore.
What? Who does then? Not the terrorists?
No, that woman.
Woman? Who?
A soldier that was thrown in prison along with me.
A female soldier, it must be.
She said she had just joined up as a new recruit. They threw her in prison because she refused to take part in the rebellion.
A new recruit? Could that be the Colonel's niece?
I gave her the key. Looks like she managed to break out of here, though. I hope she's okay.
I'm sure she is. She's green, but as tough as they come. But how did you know she escaped?
I was in contact with her by codec. Until I was tied up here, that is.
Codec?
Yes, she stole it from the guard. If she still has it, you should be able to contact her.
I'm sure she still has it. What frequency was she at?
Oh, yeah.
Let me tell you, it's... Oh, sorry. I forgot. Damn! Oh, that's right. It should be on the back of the CD case. Try to contact her.
I'll contact her right away. But tell me, if this doesn't work, is there some other way to prevent the missile launch?
You need to find Hal Emmerich, one of my employees.
Who's that?
The team leader of the Metal Gear Rex project. A genius at engineering, but a little bit of an oddball. If there's anyone who can figure out how to stop Metal Gear from launching, it's him.
What if he can't come up with anything?
You'll have to destroy it. Emmerich knows how to destroy Metal Gear.
Where is this Emmerich?
Well, he's probably being held somewhere in the nuclear warhead storage building. It's north from here. That's where he worked.
I understand, but why Metal Gear? The nuclear age ended with the turn of the millennium.
Oh, you're wrong. The threat of nuclear war isn't gone. In fact, it's greater than it's ever been. The amount of spent nuclear fuel and plutonium is increasing even today. Listen, have you ever seen a warehouse full of nuclear material?
No.
Drums and drums of nuclear waste stacked this high, as far as you can see. Because there's still no real way to dispose of the stuff.
So they just close the lid and try to pretend like it'll go away?
Essentially, yes. And they're not even doing a good job of storing it. Many of the drums are corroded, with nuclear waste seeping out of them.
Unbelievable.
Not only that, but several pounds of MUF are reported every year.
MUF?
It stands for material unaccounted for. It proves that there's a large and well-organized black market in nuclear materials. Furthermore, since the end of the Cold War, Russian nuclear engineers in particular are out of work with no way to turn. In other words, there's plenty of available nuclear material and scientists for making a bomb. We live in an age when any small country can have a nuclear weapons program.
What about the other superpowers?
Russia and China still maintain a significant nuclear presence. Complete nuclear disarmament is an impossibility. To maintain our own policy of deterrence, we need a weapon of overwhelming power.
You mean Metal Gear?
Yes. You know our industry suffered quite a blow as a result of the cuts in military budgets due to this so-called peace.
I remember hearing a lot about mergers and takeovers among the big weapons makers.
Yes. And after my company lost their bid to produce the Air Force's next line of fighter jet, the Metal Gear system was our
quite a loss, because the F-35 is fucking garbage.
That's why we have Metal Gear developed as a black project.
Black project?
Secret projects paid for by the Pentagon's black budget. You can avoid a lot of red tape and get a great lead time on your weapons production. And no one can bother you. Not even those bleeding heart liberals on the Military Oversight Committee.
Bribes.
I prefer to think of it as good business. Anyway, Metal Gear was going to be formally adopted after the results of this exercise were analyzed.
I don't give a crap about you and your company.
Yes, that's about what I'd expect from a grunt like you. Here, this is what you came for, right?
What's that?
An optical disc. It's all here. The main hard drive was destroyed by gunfire. This is the only remaining copy of the data.
What kind of data?
All the data collected from this exercise. Don't play dumb. I know you were sent to get this. I hid it from that sadistic maniac while he was torturing me. They don't know this disc exists. Make sure you report this to Jim. To your boss. I'll give you my card too. It'll open up all security level 2 doors.
Can you walk?
No. No, you go on without me. They got my password. They don't want anything else from me.
I have one more question. Who or what was that ninja thing? It looked like you knew something.
That ninja? That was Foxhound's dark little secret.
Dark little secret?
An experimental genome soldier.
You know him?
You should ask Dr. Naomi Hunter from Foxhound. She knows better than I.
Naomi?
You've got to stop them. If it goes public, my company and I are finished.
What? Doesn't Metal Gear use currently existing technology?
Metal Gear itself does, but... What did you do to me? Oh, no. Oh, no, it can't be. Those Pentagon bastards. So, they actually went and did it.
What are you talking about?
They're just using you for...
What the hell? Colonel, are you listening? Now he's dead too.
I have no idea.
Don't lie to me.
It looked like another heart attack, but...
Some kind of poison?
Well, there are lots of drugs that can cause a heart attack in large doses. For example, potassium chloride or dioxides, but we won't be able to tell without doing an autopsy.
Damn!
Snake, I want you and Meryl to work together.
Can I trust her?
More than you can trust me. Get in contact with her.
Snake, there's a lot of electrical interference coming from there. It should be okay if you do burst transmission like us, but normal transmission is probably impossible. Try moving away from that area.
Snake, get a hold of yourself.
Naomi, what the hell was that ninja thing? A member of Foxhound?
No.
Are you sure?
Yes, we have no one like that in our unit.
Is that right?
Snake, I'm counting on you.
Whole shitload of important plot happened there. Just to sort of recap, since it is sort of on topic, the back of the CD case thing. When I was a kid, I didn't have a... oh, that's a level 4 door, isn't it? I didn't have a legit copy of the game, because like, as a kid, I didn't have money, I couldn't afford games. I had a pirated copy, so I didn't have the back of the CD case. I do now own this game many times over, both physically and digitally. But back then, yeah. Thankfully, I had, I think it was a magazine that had the code in it. I wasn't quite screwed, but I know people that like rented the game, for example, because you didn't get the, like, you got the weird, like, solid plastic box cases when you rented games. You didn't get the actual case for the game. And I know people that rented it that had to basically just try every frequency. I don't know if it's meant to be like a DRM code wheel kind of thing, or if it's meant to just be a callback to the tap codes from MGS2, which sort of did like out of game stuff where you had to like refer to the manual. Basically, it's not out of character for this franchise to do that kind of thing. Wait, hang on. There's nothing on B1 we need at this point, so we'll just go straight to 1. And I believe with the level 2 card, get ourselves very useful indeed. SOCOM suppressor. Our noisy SOCOM is not a noisy SOCOM, and we can just spray bullets like mad. See? Level 5 door. We are stuck. Place a call.
Who are you?
I was really impressed with the way you busted yourself out of there.
The one from the prison?
You're the Colonel's niece, Meryl, right?
No, it's not him. Just exactly who are you?
I'm the fool that your uncle sent all alone into the middle of this whole mess.
You came by yourself? You think you're some kind of one-man army?
I don't need lectures. You're just like your uncle, you know?
How do you know my uncle?
We go way back.
What's your name?
My name's not important.
Oh!
Aha. Could
He's
you be Snake?
the guy from Hatred's here.
Solid Snake?
That's what some people call me.
The legendary Solid Snake? You? Sorry about before. I wasn't sure if you were one of the good guys.
But I knew you were.
How?
It's your eyes.
My eyes?
They're not soldiers' eyes.
And they're rookies' eyes, right?
No, they're beautiful, compassionate eyes.
Oh, just what I'd expect from the legendary Solid Snake. You trying to sweep me off my feet?
Don't worry, you'll land back on them once you meet me. The reality is no match for the legend, I'm afraid.
Oh, I don't believe that.
Why did you look so surprised when you saw my face?
Because you look just like him.
You mean the terrorist leader, Liquid Snake?
Yeah, you know him? You're not brothers, are you?
I have no family.
So what's the deal then?
Who knows? Why don't you ask him? But first I want some information. You were involved in this exercise from the beginning. What exactly happened here?
I'm sorry. I was captured along with President Baker right after the terrorist attack.
That's okay. But what is this place? I don't think it's just a nuclear weapons disposal facility.
Boy, oh boy, it's just like them. Nobody told you anything, did they? Okay, you see, this place isn't really for disposing nuclear weapons. This base is owned and operated by a dummy corporation of arms tech.
This is a civilian base?
Right, for the development of Metal Gear.
Colonel.
Foxhound and the Next Generation Special Forces were called here for the test launching of a dummy nuclear warhead.
Why Foxhound?
Because they're a special ops group used to handling top secret missions. They figured they could help keep it all hush-hush.
But we must have fired nuclear warheads before. Why just this time?
I heard it was because this was to be a final test before the formal adoption of the Metal Gear program. Well, that's what I heard anyway.
Sounds kind of fishy. So what do you think the terrorists want?
Sorry, I'm not sure. I was captured with President Baker right after the revolt started.
Oh yeah, that's when he gave you the detonation code override keys, right?
That's right.
Amazing you were able to keep him hidden from the guards.
Well, women have more hiding places than men. Anyway, you met Baker, huh? How's he holding up?
He's dead.
What?
Heart attack. Same as the DARPA chief.
The chief died from a heart attack too?
Yeah. Was either of them sick or anything?
No, not that I heard of.
Well, I don't believe in coincidences. Something funny's going on.
Sounds like it, but I have no idea what.
Me neither. Yet. Do you know the person who designed Metal Gear?
You mean Dr. Emmerich?
Yes. Is he still alive?
Probably. He should be in the research lab in the second floor basement of the nuclear warhead storage building to the north.
Second floor basement?
Yeah, that's where his lab is. I think they're forcing him to work on the nuclear launching program.
So they'll need him alive until that's done anyway.
Then we better do something before he finishes.
You're right. In case we can't override the detonation code in time, I need to ask him how to destroy Metal Gear.
You plan to take that thing on by yourself, Snake?
It won't be the first time. What's the best way to get to the building where the doctor is being held?
There's a cargo door on the first floor of this building that leads to the north.
What's the security level of the door there?
5. But it's okay. I've got a level 5 card.
Well, I've got to go save the doctor. You should go.
I'm going with you.
No way. You're still too green. I want you to hide somewhere.
I'm not green.
Oh, yes, you are. You pause for just 1 second in front of your enemy and it's all over. Good luck doesn't last forever.
I don't know what happened. I just couldn't pull the trigger right away. I never had any problems in training, but when I thought about my bullets tearing through those soldiers' bodies, I hesitated.
Shooting at targets and shooting at living, breathing people are different.
Ever since I was a little girl, I always dreamed about being a soldier. Every day of my life, I've trained my mind and body for the one day when I could finally see some real action. And now...
So what now? You want to quit?
I can't quit. I can't allow myself to quit now.
Listen, Meryl. Everybody feels sick the first time they kill someone. Unfortunately, killing is one of those things that gets easier the more you do it. In a war, all of mankind's worst emotions, worst traits come out. It's easy to forget what a sin is in the middle of a battlefield.
But this isn't a war. It's a terrorist action.
You're just a little jumpy from the combat high. The adrenaline in your bloodstream is starting to thin out. Just take it easy.
But I learned all about combat high at the academy.
We'll talk about it later. For now, just think about keeping yourself alive.
If I get out of here alive, I'll think about that other stuff.
Okay. Let me try to say this another way. Stay the hell out of my way.
You're a real bastard. Just like my uncle said.
Huh. I told you. The real me is no match for the legend.
It looks like you were right. Okay, Snake. I'll be a good girl.
We'll link up after I grab the doctor. Then we'll take care of the detonation code override.
Gotcha. But listen, I know this area better than you. Call me if you have any questions.
Be careful, okay?
After I open up the cargo door, I'll contact you.
As I was just saying in the chat there, Combat High will become a legitimate game mechanic in MGS4, but we will never see it in one of these streams because it involves you having to just fucking murder everybody very quickly, and that's not how I roll. For those familiar with MGS4, the Combat High makes your... how do they call it? The morale gauge? I don't remember. Oh! That's... holy shit! Oh my god! I need that gif of fucking Steve Jobs with the exploding brain. I never noticed! The second tank! It's gone! Of course it is! Because it's out the door, but... holy shit! I never noticed! No, because I don't normally hang around in the hangar here. I normally call her earlier and then just rush the door. I don't normally, like, hang around out here. Can she open the door while you're on this, like, floor, or do you need to scoot elsewhere?
Snake, don't be so impatient. Settle down. I need a little more time to get the cargo door open.
God damn it.
When I get the door open. Just wait a little, okay?
Eliucon. God damn it.
Snake, I unlocked the cargo door for you.
Thanks. Where are you?
Where I can see ya.
Don't move around too much.
Don't worry, I'm disguised in this enemy uniform.
You won't be for long with the way you walk.
What does that mean?
Nothing.
Listen, Snake, the cargo door is like an airlock. It's equipped with infrared sensors. Be careful. If an intruder is sensed, gas is released.
Gas?
Okay, so we'll meet at the nuclear warhead storage building.
Wait! You said you'd stay put and be a good girl.
I changed my mind.
Don't get careless. That's when things always turn sour.
Sorry, but this is the only way I can figure out whether or not I'm cut out to be a soldier. I gotta get my hands dirty.
These guys are professionals. You're gonna get yourself killed.
See you there.
See ya, Kuro. Depending on how long you rest for, we might still be going. We've got probably 6 hours left in this at this point. pace depending on certain issues, namely the Metal Gear fight and the Liquid fight. We have a good Metal Gear fight and a good Liquid fight. That'll probably be more like 5 hours. If we have the regular Metal Gear Liquid fights, then yeah, it'll be closer to 6 hours to go.
Be careful, Snake. That airlock is set with infrared sensors. You probably can't see them with your naked eyes, but there are infrared beams coming out of that wall. Touch any one of them, and the doors will seal off, and the place will be flooded with poison gas. Somehow, you've got to get through without setting off those sensors.
You know what? I'll actually go get the item I usually don't, because it's pointless. The cheaty goggles make it absolutely pointless, but we'll go grab it just for the sake of showing it off. It should be up on the second floor. Assuming my memory works, which these days that's, I don't know, a bit of a questionable assumption to make. The box is definitely useful. That's not what I was after. That is actually a useful item. I think that box in the back there is what I'm after. Yeah, there it is, the mine detector. So, this is basically useless for us. What's creating the... Oh, let me say, what's creating the little red dot? It's because of where we are. The guard in the storage area on the level below is creating that red dot, I'm pretty sure. Oh, bollocks. Can I outrun him? Losing health there is not the best. Now this is always a little tricky to visually interpret exactly which one is the right line to be looking at.
Snake, be careful. There are claymore mines around there. Use a mine detector.
Who are you?
Just call me Deep Throat.
Deep Throat? The informant from the Watergate scandal?
Never mind about that.
You're not using burst transmission. Are you nearby?
Listen, there's a tank in front of your position waiting to ambush you.
Who are you anyway?
One of your fans.
Now, this is... So, the mines you can just defeat by crawling for one, but for another, the thermal goggles, the cheaty goggles, just completely defeat them. You can use the mine D to show where they are on the map, but yeah, the cheaty goggles just sort of get right around that. The cheaty goggles solve so many problems. How are we doing for... Yeah, alright, getting shot once is not great, because this fight's a little bit of a battle of attrition. It sort of comes down to luck as to whether you pull it off right. Well, it probably doesn't come down to luck. There'd be, like, actual skill involved, but I'm always sort of a bit dicey on this one.
Snakes don't belong in Alaska. I will not let you pass. Send him a message. That's right, you belong on the ground. You should crawl on the ground like the snake you are. Come, let's fight.
Not just Tank, but yeah, as I just had the friggin' realization, Tank that was in the hangar and then wasn't in the hangar, and goddamn, that's a really good touch. Does the shaft work against Tank? I don't know. PS1... PS1 games in general are an aesthetic. Oh, really? The movie sequence ate my shaft? You bastard. That's not gonna work. Oh, come on. I think that one flew over the top. I'm out of rations. Oh gods. There should be a ration back here. Yeah, this is how this fight goes bad. That landed quite right. Oh, it did. Good. Okay, thank God. Whee! That fight can get away from you like that, and it just sort of falls apart.
Boss, I hope you are happy. He got the card.
We'll play with him a little longer.
You would be wise not to underestimate him.
What did you think of him?
He is just as you said. In battle, he is as if possessed by a demon. Much like you, I would expect no less.
See? I told you so. But I will kill him.
So, General Ivan, I hear he took your hand as well as your dignity.
Watch your tongue, shaman.
In the language of the Sioux people, Sioux means snake. It is known as an animal to be feared.
Well, Snake is mine now. When I meet him next, I'll take special care of him.
Not yet. Don't kill him yet.
He and I will meet again in battle.
Same prediction as always?
Yes, the raven on my head. It thirsts for his blood.
And this is why I love these games. Like, this shit's presented full seriously. It's perfect. So good. Actually, oh damn, that pauses the music. Bother. I was gonna say I'm gonna take a short break here because we've been going for just over 2 hours. I'm gonna go get myself a drink, and then we will continue on. Now, hang on. I don't have the BRB set up properly. Well, I do, but we've got an updated BRB, which is, as always, provided by Half, and in this case, a fantastically good joke if I can find where I put it. Where did I put it? What the heck? Come on. So, okay, so at the moment, it's Grunty Bear from, if you're familiar with the Dot Hack franchise. That specific BRB, I think, was used during the, there we go. This is a bit of a, it's extremely on topic, but might be lost on some people, which means it's the perfect kind of BRB image. Yeah, I will be back in a few minutes. And you sort of outdone yourself with this one as well, Half. It's great. Like, I know it's nothing compared to, like, the actual proper, fully animated GIFs you've done in the past, but Jesus, it's so good. Like, there's a Metal Gear joke. It's fantastic. Oh, I love it. Yeah, exactly! The ice! Exactly! How good is it? It's perfect. It's brilliant. Proper, like, deep lore. Oh, it's so good. Alright. Let's stop that music. And jump back to the game. Blackguard was asking earlier, where's the gin? I now have the gin. So, anyone that's, you know, laying back, taking it easy, having a drink, come by. Oh, that is good. Aren't they, I was gonna say, aren't they supposed to shout at me?
Be careful. You absolutely must not use weapons in that area.
I've already programmed the nanomachine so that he won't be able to, Colonel.
What? What are you talking about?
Have you forgotten? That's where they keep the nuclear warheads. Can't you see them?
Yeah, there's lots of boxes piled up here, but are they all warheads?
Yes, they're all dismantled warheads.
They just leave them here? It's like President Baker said. Totally careless.
They're working on a limited budget. They try to put on a pretty face for the media, but this is the grim reality of it. Nastasha knows lots more about it than I do. Her frequency is 141.52.
All of the warheads in those boxes have had their detonation mechanisms removed, so there's no fear of them exploding. But if the warheads are broken, they might leak plutonium, and that would be a serious problem.
Snake, never use your weapon on that floor.
Yeah, thanks for that, Half, because that one doesn't save. You actually have to call her. Ooh.
This is Nastasha Romanenko. A pleasure to work with you, Solid Snake.
You're the nuclear specialist that the Colonel mentioned?
That's me. You can ask me anything about nukes that you want. I am also a military analyst, so I have an extensive knowledge of weapon systems as well. They asked me to participate in this operation as a supervisor from the Nuclear Emergency Search Team. I was happy to accept. We must not allow terrorists to get their hands on nuclear weapons of any kind. I hope I can help you to stop them.
You're a tough lady.
Those terrorists are serious about launching a nuclear weapon? The world cannot stand by idly and allow that to happen, and neither can I. Unfortunately, all I can do from here is provide you with information.
Hopefully that'll be enough. Another soldier here wouldn't make a difference anyway. It's good to work with you, Nastasha.
Same here, Snake. Snake, that is a nuclear warhead storage area.
Are all these filled with nuclear warheads?
Yes, but their detonation mechanisms have been removed.
So I don't have to worry about this island turning into a pile of smoking rubble.
No, but if the casing is damaged, they may be leaking nuclear materials. Please, make sure you do not use your gun around there.
One moment, sorry. Can we get Cardboard Box B at this point? No. That or my memory's faulty in its actual location. Yeah, you're probably right, Badger. My memory's just faulty. We do have box A, so we can go back to the tank hangar if needs be, but we've got no reason to go back, especially without box B to get us back here quickly. That would just be wasting time. Always felt unfair. I'm not allowed to shoot here, but the guards, the fucking grunts are allowed to shoot. Can we raid much of this place at the point? I don't think we can. I think I'm just likely to set off the alarm needlessly. Much all locked at this point. Careful for Friendo coming out of the toilets as well. Wait, I think there might be one we could have gotten into. We'll have to go back up. Yeah, that's fine. We'll do the story sequence in order. Who could that be?
Snake, watch out. That place is filled with gas. Also, the floor is electrified. First, destroy the high voltage switch. It's the switchboard on the northwest wall.
But how? I can't reach it.
Use a remote-controlled missile.
Yeah, we need to get ourselves a remote-controlled missile. One door I didn't check was the one door we could open. One with the missiles. There's the guard leaving the toilet. Can very easily catch you out if you're not quick. Fortunately, there's no way to have the gas mask before this sequence, because it is in this sequence where you acquire it. Man, I used to have so much trouble with this. Like, just this little short sequence as a kid was real tricky. Now just... Well, there's no one here to hear it, as such. This should be the gas mask? Yes. Unfortunately, this area is a real pain in the ass to navigate with the gas mask, because you have to equip the gas mask and then switch out. That shaft is going to run out at the worst possible time. Thankfully, that doesn't set off the spookometer. This is the difficulty as such with the gas masks, is having to switch it out between key cards. Not as bad as the earlier Metal Gear titles. Actually, just Al's Lab, keep out. Where you died, like you lost health in the gas rooms immediately. Oh man. Oh man. Boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy.
Looks like they were cut by some type of blade.
This, I feel, is much spookier in the original game than in Twin Snakes. The sort of PSX era graphics really add to the creepy. The fact that I'm not full on rations or full on health is a bit concerning. Oh yeah, it's all the tank. That tank drained us.
Stealth camouflage? Who are you?
Where is my friend?
What are you talking about? Oh, what next?
Snake.
You're that ninja.
I've been waiting for you, Snake.
Who are you?
Neither enemy nor friend. I am back from a world where such words are meaningless. I've removed all obstacles. Now you and I will battle to the death.
What do you want?
I've waited a long time for this day. Now I want to enjoy the moment.
What's with these guys? It's like one of my Japanese animes.
I've come from another world to do battle with you.
What is it, revenge?
Nothing so trivial as revenge. The death with you. Only in that can my soul find respite. I will kill you, or you will kill me. It makes no difference. Ah, fine. He can watch from inside there.
I need that man. Keep your hands off him.
Now, make me feel it. Make me feel alive again. God, I love this so much. This is just peak Metal Gear. Now we can fight as warriors. Hand to hand is the basis of all combat. Only a fool trusts his life to a weapon. Now, if you wanted to be a real shitter, you can actually switch to weapons once he's gone hand to hand, and he won't switch back to the sword. But that's... like, what kind of a coward are you? Lost the flow, not good. Surprisingly, it is a very momentum-based fight. You lose the momentum and things start falling apart. I mean, these two have had a hand-to-hand fight to the death in a minefield. This is... Jesus, I'm actually getting done. That's good, Snake. Hurry up and catch me. That's handy. I'm here, Snake. Oh, good. Oh, really not good. I'm actually going to die. That's embarrassing. I can't remember the last time I've actually died on this fight. Well, there we go. Yeah, you lose the momentum and it all falls apart. That and coming in under-equipped is not the best. I honestly don't remember the last time I lost that fight. That's embarrassing.
Now, make me feel it. Make me feel alive again.
Yeah, actually, maybe I have.
That's good, Snake. Good. Now we can fight as warriors. Hand to hand is the basis of all combat. Only a fool trusts his life to a weapon.
Like, you can use, as I said, like, shaft grenades to fuck with him here, but it's... If you, like, misjudge the reach on your melee combo, it can be pretty devastating, because you're sort of committed to the animation.
That's good, Snake. Hurry up and catch me.
This can come down to a bit of luck, whether you, back.
Hurry up and catch me.
Sort of where he drops himself.
I'm here, Snake.
Whoa, that was close.
Like old
Times.
I've been waiting for this pain. Hurt me more.
He teleports behind you, but does not unsheath katana.
That's it. I remember that
punch.
Do you remember,
Snake?
The feel of battle. The
Clashing of bone and sinew.
That's good, Snake.
Now this gets tricky. This, yeah, that hurts from a long way out. And it's very easy to die to this with some bad luck. Yeah, damn! Because it has a much bigger radius on the explosion than it looks like.
Now, make me feel it. Make me feel alive.
Yeah, okay, I'll stop quoting it there.
That's good, Snake. Good. Now we can fight as warriors. Hand to hand. It is the basis of all combat. Only a fool trusts his life to a weapon.
Being down that one ration and extra bit of health actually makes the difference here. God dang. Getting bullied. Yeah, that's definitely a concern, Badger, if I'm playing this poorly in the melee sequences. The liquid fight is very much a concern, because I normally, as I said, I couldn't tell you the last time I actually died to this fight. I'm getting just wrecked.
That's good, Snake. Hurry up and catch me.
That's a bit of a walk. That might be too long of a walk. This is what I mean by this bit comes down to RNG. If he, like, drops himself that's sort of somewhere too far for you to get to in time.
I'm here, Snake.
And he just goes into his attack sequence out of it.
Like old times. I've been waiting for this pain.
Thankfully, this bit's not too bad. You just bait the teleport punch.
Hurt me more.
And on like the last two punches, he does the double teleport punch.
That's it. I remember that punch. Do you remember, Snake? The feel of battle. The clashing of bone and sinew.
But here's the thing, I tend to, like, lean towards a melee anyway. You'll be doing the next boss fight, Melee. Is he not doing the double teleports? Oh. The whip for that stayed out longer than it usually does. Oh my, we were, like, on the fight.
I felt that, Snake. Do you remember me now?
Can't be. You were killed in Zanzibar. What? Not again. What's happening?
I'm losing myself.
Is it over?
Gray Fox. Colonel, that ninja is Gray Fox. No doubt about it.
Ridiculous. You of all people should know he died in Zanzibar.
No. He should have died, but he didn't.
What?
It happened before I joined Foxhound's medical staff. They were using a soldier for their gene therapy experiments.
I never heard that.
It happened right after you retired. My predecessor, Dr. Clark, was in charge.
Dr. Clark?
Yes. He started the gene therapy project.
And where is he now?
He was killed in an explosion in his lab 2 years ago.
So what about this soldier?
Apparently, for their test subject, they decided to use the body of a soldier who was recovered after the fall of Zanzibar.
And that was Gray Fox.
But he was already dead.
Yes. But they revived him. They fitted him with a prototype exoskeleton and kept him drugged for 4 years while they experimented on him like a plaything. Today's genome soldiers were born from those experiments.
That's the sickest thing I ever heard.
They used him to test all sorts of gene therapy techniques.
Naomi, why didn't you tell us about this sooner?
Because it's confidential information.
Is that the only reason?
Naomi, what happened to Gray Fox after that?
The record says he died in the explosion.
I see. But even if that ninja is Gray Fox, the question is, why?
From what I could tell, he didn't know who he was.
Are you saying that he's just a mindless robot?
I'm not sure, but he seems intent on fighting me to the death. We'll meet again. I know it.
So you'll fight again? Until you kill him?
I'd rather not. But maybe that's what he wants. How long are you gonna stay in there?
Are you one of them?
No, I'm not. I always work alone.
Alone? Are you an otaku too?
Come on, get out. We can't stay here forever.
Your uniform is different than theirs.
You're the Metal Gear Chief Engineer, Hal Emmerich, right?
You know me?
I heard about you from Meryl.
Oh, so you're here to rescue me?
Sorry, but no. There's something that I've got to do first.
Oh, well, at least you're not one of them.
Huh. Are you hurt?
I'm okay. I just twisted my ankle a little bit trying to get away.
Well, if that's all, it's nothing to worry about. I want to ask you something. I need information about Metal Gear.
Huh? Metal Gear?
Yeah. What's Metal Gear really designed for?
It's a mobile TMD. It's designed to shoot down nuclear missiles. Only for defensive purposes, of course.
Fire! I already know that Metal Gear is nothing but a nuclear-equipped walking deathmobile.
Nuclear? What are you talking about?
The terrorists are planning to use Metal Gear to launch a nuclear missile. You telling me you didn't know?
They're gonna put a dismantled warhead into Metal Gear's TMD missile module?
Wrong. From the beginning, the purpose of this exercise was to test Metal Gear's nuclear launch capability using a dummy nuclear warhead. The terrorists are just continuing the work you started.
No, you're wrong.
I heard it directly from your boss, Baker.
No. A nuclear missile on Rex?
So you really didn't know?
No. All the armament was built by a separate department, and the President personally supervised the final assembly of the main unit.
President Baker?
Yeah. I was never told exactly what they armed Rex with. I only know it's equipped with a Vulcan cannon, a laser, and a railgun.
A railgun, you said?
Yeah. It uses magnets to fire bullets at extremely high velocities. The technology was originally developed for the SDI system and later scrapped. We were successful in miniaturizing it in a joint venture between Armstech and Rivermore National Labs. The railgun is on Rex's right arm.
Metal Gear's main function is to launch nuclear missiles. You sure you're not forgetting something?
It's true that Metal Gear has a missile module on his back that can carry up to 8 missiles, but are you saying it was originally meant to carry nuclear missiles?
Yeah, but that's not all I think. If Metal Gear fired only standard nuclear missiles, then they should already have all the practical data they need.
No. Could it be? Metal Gear's co-developer, Rivermore National Labs, was working on a new type of nuclear weapon. They were using Nova and NIF laser nuclear fusion testing equipment and supercomputers.
So they developed a new type of nuclear weapon in a VR testing lab, huh?
Yes, but you can't use virtual data on a battlefield. They would need actual launch data. These are some of the supercomputers. If you link these, you can test everything in a virtual environment. But it's all just theoretical.
So this exercise was designed to test the real thing.
What did our president do? If the terrorists launched that thing... Damn! Damn! I'm such a fool. It's all my fault. The truth is, my grandfather was part of the Manhattan Project. He suffered with the guilt for the rest of his life. And my father, he was born on August 6th, 1945.
The day of the Hiroshima bomb. God's got a sense of humor, all right.
3 generations of Emmerich men. We must have the curse of nuclear weapons written into our DNA. I used to think that I could use science to help mankind, but the one that wound up getting used was me. Using science to help mankind, it's just in the movies.
That's enough crying. Pull yourself together. Where is Metal Gear? Where on this base are they keeping it?
Rex is in the underground maintenance base.
Where's that?
North of the communications tower, but it's a long way there.
The emergency override system for the detonation code is there too?
Yeah, in the maintenance base control room. You'd better hurry. If they were planning a launch from the start, then their ballistic program is probably finished. And since they haven't called for me in a few hours, they must not need me. In other words, they must be ready to launch.
Meryl's got the detonation code override keys. We'll link up with her.
If we can't override the launch, we'll have to destroy Rex. I'll show you the way.
On that leg of yours, you'll just slow me down.
You'll need me if you're gonna destroy Rex.
I don't need you. I just need your brain.
I created Rex. It's my right, my duty to destroy him.
If you get a chance, try to escape. When the coast is clear, I'll contact you by codec.
How am I supposed to escape from an island?
Okay.
So what then?
I want you to hide somewhere and keep me informed. You know this place well, don't you?
Of course I do. And don't worry, I've got this. It's the same stealth technology as the Ninja. Foxhound was gonna use them, but with this I'll be fine. Bad leg and all.
Good. But I want Meryl to watch after you too. Meryl, the engineer's okay.
That's a relief.
I want you to look after him. Where are you now?
Very close.
There she is! Over there!
Oh no! Damn, they've spotted me!
Meryl, what happened? Something's wrong.
Did you hear something? Wasn't that some kind of music?
What did she look like?
She was wearing the same green uniform as the terrorists.
A disguise?
She had such a cute way of walking. She kind of wiggles her behind.
You were really looking.
Well, she's got a very cute behind.
Way of walking, huh?
If she's disguised as the enemy, you'll have to contact her when she's alone, huh? There's only one place where we can be sure she's by herself.
Where's that?
Don't be so dense. Here, use this security card. It's security level 4.
You're not in pain, are you?
Huh?
You feel okay? Nothing bothering you?
What's wrong? Getting all friendly all of a sudden.
No, nothing. I'm glad you're okay.
You're strange.
I'm a little nervous. Everyone else I've saved suddenly dies.
You're bad luck.
Forget it, Doctor.
Call me Otacon.
Otacon?
It stands for Otaku Convention. And Otaku's a guy like me who likes Japanimation. Japan was the first country to successfully make bipedal robots. They're still the best in the field of robotics.
And Japanese cartoons played some part in that?
They did. I didn't get into science to make nuclear weapons, you know.
That's what all scientists say.
I became a scientist because I wanted to make robots like the ones in the Japanese animes. Really, it's true.
Just sounds like a childish excuse to me.
You're right. We have to take responsibility. Science has always thrived on war. Greatest weapons of mass destruction were created by scientists who wanted to be famous. But that's all over now. I won't take part in murder anymore.
Whatever. All I want from you is information.
Sure. I know everything about this whole base. Ask me anything about Rex or about this place. Also, with this stealth camouflage, I can sneak in and out of the armory and mess hall. If you need ammo or rations, just tell me and I'll bring them to you. I'm on frequency 141.12. See you later.
Alright, so we need to have some talks here. Well, talks. So, Police Notes. Actual Kojima video game. Very interesting video game. But I probably wouldn't recommend it, and that feels awkward to say. It's not a great video game. The parts of Police Notes that are really interesting are all the world building and lore, and there's like a ton of stuff in Police Notes that like Kojima sets up that will be reused across the entire Metal Gear franchise. There's a ton of themes and ideas that come up in Policenauts that then get sort of reused and fleshed out for the better across Metal Gear. Hang on, we'll get Otacon's number up just so it's there because we do need it later.
You still haven't found Meryl? Snake, the warhead storage building that you're in has 1 floor above ground and 2 floors below ground. Why don't you search there too?
Yes, well spotted, Firth. That is a PlayStation. On the table right there. In the Twin Snakes version, it's a GameCube, because it's a GameCube game. And the Policenauts posters in the GameCube version are replaced with Zone of the Enders 2 posters. Which, like, I think all the sequences are replaced with Zoe sequences, which still works because it's all robots. But I feel Policenauts fits better with what Otacon's saying rather than Zoe. We have done Policenauts on stream couple of years back. Metal beer. We did the Saturn version, which obviously I didn't have a light gun for the Saturn, so that was not an option. Metal beer does actually, yeah, sound like a badass drink. I would have to agree. But you could either go for the Metal Gear tie-in on that, or just like metal, as in, you know, the musical genre.
Are in there with you.
Oh my! Hey, there we go. Someone activated the sub notif. Spoilers for a little bit later down the line. Thank you very much, Huff. It's very appreciated. Unfortunately, the names are so big, it sort of broke the text box. Note the music change here. But yeah, as I mentioned, oh. As I mentioned in other places, part of the setup for this stream, I set up custom notifications that are relevant to the... Probably best to just die and reset that. I really dislike covering up the game. The notifications thing was something I had, like, personal, internal struggle with for a long time over. But I wanted to do something fun for people that, like, subbed or, followed or cheered or whatnot. But I didn't want to cover up the game too much.
That's the second time I've been able to sneak up on the legendary Solid Snake.
And we have Meryl in her pantsuit.
Meryl? There's no way you could pass for a man for long.
What do you mean? Hey, men aren't allowed in here.
I had no idea you were so feminine.
This is no time to try and hit on me, Snake. Besides, it's a waste of time. When I joined up, they gave me psychotherapy to destroy my interest in men.
Same smart mouth. You're Meryl, all right. Are you hurt?
Not yet. After all, I was disguised as a genome soldier.
So why'd you change? You'd be a lot better off dressed like one of them.
I got tired of disguising myself. The truth is, the uniform smelled like blood.
What's that mark?
Huh? Oh, this? It's a paint tattoo. It's not real. I was a fan of Foxhound way back, and guys like you and my uncle were in it. None of that gene therapy like there is today. You guys were real heroes.
There are no heroes in war. All the heroes I know are either dead or in prison. One or the other.
But Snake, you're a hero, aren't you?
I'm just a man who's good at what he does. Killing. There's no winning or losing for a mercenary. The only winners in war are the people.
That's right, and you fight for the people.
I've never fought for anyone but myself. I've got no purpose in life, no ultimate goal.
Come on.
It's only when I'm cheating death on the battlefield. The only time I feel truly alive.
Seeing other people die makes you feel alive, huh? You love war and don't want it to stop? Is it the same with all great soldiers throughout history?
Why didn't you contact me?
My codec was broken.
Is that all?
Shouldn't you just be happy we met up like this? How did you recognize me in disguise?
I never forget a lady.
So there's something you like about me, huh?
Yeah, you've got a great butt.
Oh, I see. First it's my eyes, now it's my butt. What's next?
On the battlefield, you never think about what's next.
So Snake, how are the negotiations going?
No progress.
So it's all up to you, huh?
Somebody's got to stop them from launching a nuclear missile.
There are two ways. Either we destroy Metal Gear, or...
we override the detonation code. You got the card keys from Baker?
Card keys? You mean this?
Where are the others? There should be 3 keys.
This is all I've got.
Where could the other 2 be?
I have no idea, but they must be somewhere. If we can't find them, we'll have no choice but to destroy Metal Gear.
Metal Gear is in an underground maintenance base to the north.
Take me too. I know this place better than you do.
You'll just slow me down. You don't have enough battle experience.
I won't slow you down, I promise.
And what if you do?
Then you can shoot me.
I don't like to waste bullets.
Got it. I'll be careful. You know, I don't use makeup the way other women do. I hardly ever look at myself in the mirror. I've always despised that kind of woman. I always dreamed of becoming a soldier. But I was wrong. It wasn't really my dream. My father, he was killed in action when I was younger.
You wanted to follow in your father's footsteps?
Not really. I thought that if I became a soldier, I could understand him better.
So are you a soldier yet?
I thought I was until today, but now I understand. The truth is, I was just afraid of looking at myself, afraid of having to make my own decisions in life. But I'm not gonna lie to myself anymore. It's time I took a long, hard look at myself. I want to know who I am, what I'm capable of. I want to know why I've lived the way I've lived until now. I want to know.
Take a good look. You won't get another chance for a while. You should wash your face, too, while you're at it.
Yeah.
This isn't a training exercise. Our lives are riding on this. There are no heroes or heroines. If you lose, you're worm food.
Yeah.
Is that FAMAS functional?
Unfortunately, it's out of ammo.
Where'd you get that Desert Eagle?
I found it in the armory. It's a .50 caliber Action Express. There was a SOCOM pistol too, but I chose this.
Huh, so I got a leftover, huh? Isn't that gun a little big for a girl?
Don't worry, I can handle it.
Come on, use my .45.
Listen, I've used a gun like this since I was 8 years old. I'm more comfortable with it than I am with a bra. If we're gonna go to the north, we'll have to go through the commander's room on this floor. The overland route is blocked by glaciers. The door to the commander's room is security level 5. This card will open it. It was inside the pocket of the uniform I was wearing.
Looks like he must have been guarding someplace important.
Okay, let's go. I know this place better than you. I'll be point man. Follow me.
As Meryl was saying earlier, ladies have access to more hiding places.
That's strange. There's no guard.
What happened to the music?
I'll keep a lookout. Make sure you're ready, okay?
Of course, we're going to do the thing.
What? What is it? What are you staring at? Come on, Snake.
Was that about psychotherapy to kill your interest in men?
Don't stare at me like that. What are you doing? We've got to get a move on.
Now, it might be a little difficult to make out yet, so we'll keep it going for a little longer.
What? What
But
is it?
you'll notice her skin color slowly gets redder and redder.
What are you staring at? Come on, Snake. Don't stare at me like that.
What was a nice little touch.
What are you
You can see
doing?
she's
We've
significantly
got to get a
redder
move on.
than she originally started. I don't remember if we
Snake, what are you doing? Let's go to the commander's room.
can actually explore at all. If there's a ration hidden around here somewhere, we're actually running. The fact that we're not capped on rations worries me. The tank sort of messed me up, and we haven't, like, really recovered since the tank. Does Meryl have nanos at this point? I don't think you need nanos for the codex in this game. You might. She might have nanos. Possibly just the... Well, it would not possibly. If she does have nanos, it would just be the first-gen nanos. Yeah. Good. We've got full health, full rations. While there's no guards here, I'll just clear out the other rooms for any extra stuff we can grab. Ah! Diazepam. Later, Anzadamine. Now, diazepam. Important. That always fucks with me, because of the way the graphics render. Like, it is supposed to just be 5, but it looks like a 6 at the, like, zoomed out graphics.
My head! Oh, it hurts!
What's wrong?
Don't come here, Snake!
Are you okay? What happened?
I'm fine.
Okay. Let's go.
Come on, Mr. Foxhound. The commander is waiting.
Now, see from Meryl's point of view. Another nice little touch.
Snake, how do you like me?
What the?
Do you like me? Hold me, Snake.
What's wrong?
Oh, hurry, hurry. Make love to me. Oh, Snake, I want you.
Who's that?
You don't like girls?
Snake, Meryl's not herself. Don't use your weapon.
It's Psycho Mantis. He's controlling Meryl. That tune is his mind control music.
Don't use your weapon. Try to knock her out.
Yeah, keep in mind, that's Mantis, like, saying that via Meryl. That'd be some weird, like, shit. Very awkward.
Useless woman.
Optic camouflage, huh? I hope that's not your only trick.
You doubt my power. Now, I will show you why I am the most powerful practitioner of psychokinesis and telepathy in the world. No, there's no need for words, Snake. I'm Psycho Mantis. That's right. This is no trick. It's true power. It's useless, I told you. I can read your every thought. Now, let me read your mind. No, perhaps I should say your past.
Hopefully I'm using the right memory
You
card.
are a very methodical man. The type that always kicks his tires before he leaves. You are a highly skilled warrior, well suited to this stealth mission. You are extremely careful of traps. You are either very cautious, or you are a coward. Still don't believe me? Now I'll read more deeply into your soul. I can see into your mind. You like Castlevania, don't you? You have not said it often. You are somewhat reckless. I can read you like an open book. You You still don't believe me? I will show you my psychokinetic power. Put your controller on the floor. Put it down as flat as you can. That's good. Now I will move your controller by the power of my will alone. What do you think now? Can you feel my power now? The demonstration is over.
I don't have any way to, like, properly show that on stream. But I can at least make... Oh, that's the memory. I can at least make the noise happen. Hey! Oh, it's not in analog mode. That's fine. We'll just play with a D-pad. That's what I'm used to anyway. I'm more comfortable with the D-pad than I am with the analog stick. Now, for the most part, this fight is easier with fists, barring one segment. I couldn't remember if the memory card I had in was the memory card we used to stream Symphony of the Night. It turns out it was. It's good. And rather appropriately, we've recently done a Metroidvania game. The last game we finished was Metroid 3. Interestingly, Kojima will go on to properly work on the Castlevania franchise later down the line. Though Lord of Shadows is a somewhat contentious entry into the franchise. One of those games I've always been meaning to revisit and just never got around to.
Why? Why couldn't I read your mind?
I remember not enjoying Lord of Shadows.
You are powerful indeed, but I know your weak point. Meryl, stand right where he can see you and blow your brains out. Ah!
Stop! Meryl!
I wonder, can you... You can actually hit him there, huh?
No!
That's pretty handy. You can get a couple extra hits in there. Now, unfortunately, he goes into the really shitty phase. Where you've basically just got to be in the right spot. Yeah, this just sort of comes down to luck, whether he ports into a position that you can easily hit. It's not a matter of tracking him, it's a matter of where he comes out. If it's close enough to you that you can get the hit in before he throws the energy ball. I usually just sort of hang around here because you can catch him in a couple of places here if you're quick enough. If you get the angle right, you can also catch him as he throws, or after he's thrown the energy ball, but you have very, very little time. Final phase. God dang it, I'm inside his hitbox, asshole. That wasn't too bad, actually. We used only a single ration, and only just. I'm actually quite pleased with that.
Colonel, your niece is going to be okay.
Thanks, Snake. I owe you one.
Now that Mantis is beaten, Meryl's brainwashing should wear off, right, Naomi?
Yes. But why did you go so far out of your way to save her? For Campbell's sake, or maybe it's because you like her?
I don't want to see any woman die right in front of me.
Oh, really? Since when did anybody's death bother you so much?
Naomi, it's true that Snake has killed a lot of people, but that doesn't mean he doesn't have a heart.
It's okay, Colonel. She's right.
So, you used the other... I wasn't able to read the future.
A strong man doesn't need to read the future. He makes his own.
Perhaps so, but I'll read your future. To get to Metal Gear's underground maintenance base, you have to go through that hidden door. There's a hidden door behind the bookcase. The overland route. It's blocked by frozen glaciers. Go past the communication towers. And use the tower's walkway.
Why are you telling me this?
I can read people's minds. In my lifetime, I have read the past presents and futures of thousands upon thousands of men and women.
Oh, gross.
And each mind that I peered into was stuffed with the same single object of obsession. That selfish and atavistic desire to pass on one seed. It was enough to make me sick. Every living thing on this planet exists to mindlessly pass on their DNA. We're designed that way. And that's why there is war. But you are different. You're the same as us. We have no past, no future. We live in the moment. That's our only purpose. Humans weren't designed to bring each other happiness. From the moment we're thrown into this world, we're fated to bring each other nothing but pain and misery. The first person whose mind I dove into was my father's. I saw nothing but disgust and hatred for me in his heart. My mother died in childbirth, and he despised me for it. I thought my father was going to kill me. That's when my future disappeared. I lost my past as well. When I came to, the village was engulfed in flames.
Are you saying that you burned your village down to bury your past?
I see that you have suffered the same trauma. We are truly the same, you and I. The world is a more interesting place with people like you in it. I never agreed with the boss's revolution. His dreams of world conquest do not interest me. I just wanted an excuse to kill as many people as I could.
You monster.
Let him talk. He doesn't have much time left.
I've seen through evil. You, Snake. You're just like the boss. No, you're worse. Compared to you, I'm not so bad. I read her mind as well.
Meryl's?
I saw you there. You have a large place in her heart.
A large place?
Yes, a large place. But I do not know if your futures lie together. I have a last request.
What is it?
My mask. Put it back on.
Okay.
Like this, other people's thoughts force their way into my mind. Before I die, I want to be by myself. I want to be left alone in my own world.
I'll open the door for you. If you want to find your future, go through that door. This is the first time I've ever used my power to help someone. It's strange. It feels kind of nice.
Let's go, Meryl.
I'm sorry.
Meryl?
How could I let Mantis control my mind like that?
If you're gonna doubt yourself, I'll leave you here.
You're right.
Never doubt yourself. Just let it make you stronger. Learn something from it.
You're right. I'm sorry. I won't do it again.
Snake, can I ask you something?
What?
About what Mantis said. I was just wondering.
What? What's the problem now?
Oh, no, nothing. So, tell me, Snake, what's your name? Your real name?
A name means nothing on the battlefield.
How old are you?
Old enough to know what death looks like.
Any family?
No, but I was raised by many people.
Is there anyone you like?
I've never been interested in anyone else's life.
So you are all alone. Just like Mantis said.
Other people just complicate my life. I don't like to get involved.
You're a sad, lonely man.
Come on, let's go.
Oh, right, controller. I always forget, every time. That was, like, honestly not a bad Mantis fight. I'm actually pleased with that, considering how badly I ballsed up the, Gray Fox fight.
Could there be wolves in there?
Wolf dogs. Half wolf, half husky.
How do you know so much?
I ride dog sleds. I'm a musher.
I'll take point. Snake, you follow me.
Yeah, to wind way back, because I didn't really finish my thoughts on the matter before with the notifications and alerts taking up screen space. I'm really... I do not want stuff like blocking the game up as much as possible, but I did want a way to sort of do something fun for people that, like, you know, either follow, sub, or cheer, or gift sub, or that sort of thing. But in a way that doesn't take away from the game. It took me quite a while to sort of work out how I wanted to do that in a way that still stays reasonably true to presenting the game without much interruption. Just I can never remember where the exact point of transition is there. Oh my god, I'm gonna waste a ration.
Snake, what's wrong? I thought you were good with dogs.
What are you doing?
And now we have P-Box. Actually, mildly useful item. It makes the dogs not attack you because you smell of dog pee. Still a bit fiddly to use, unfortunately, because you have to crawl through that area.
This place is mine. I'll take point again. Stay back, okay?
But the radar isn't working. And since we can't use the mine detector either...
Leave it to me.
So, what do you think? Pretty good, huh?
How did you know where the mines were?
It sounds weird, but when Mantis dove into my mind, I was able to see where the mines were placed. Are you impressed?
Well, a little bit.
Only a little?
So, there are so many ways to solve this. Obviously, you can follow her actual platform, you can pull out her actual walk, you can pull out the cheaty goggles, you can just crawl. Always feels so bad because she's so proud of knowing where the mines are, and then I just do this because we do actually need a collection of claymores for later in the game. Oh boy. Can you... I assume you can't. It would have been a nice touch if you could see some sort of hint of even just like the breath coming from behind the pillar or something.
Meryl.
What is it?
Meryl, get down! Meryl!
Snake, leave me and run.
Meryl!
I guess I am a rookie after all.
Don't worry, Meryl. It's me they want.
Even I know that. It's the oldest trick in the book. The sniper's using me for bait to lure you out.
Damn.
Shoot me, Snake.
No.
My gun. I can't reach it by myself.
Don't move.
I promised. I wouldn't slow you down. I can still help. I want to help you.
Quiet down. Save your strength.
I was a fool. I wanted to be a soldier. But war is ugly. There's nothing glamorous about it. Snake, please save yourself. Go on living and don't give up on people. Don't forget me. Now get out of here.
Meryl! Damn. Snake, it's a trap. The sniper's trick to lure you out. The sniper's waiting for you to go and help Meryl, so he can pick you off. Don't do it.
Must be Sniper Wolf, Foxhound's best shooter.
Snipers usually work in pairs, but this one's alone, huh?
I know her. She can wait for hours, days, or weeks. It doesn't matter to her. She's just watching and waiting for you to expose yourself.
Maybe so, but Meryl can't hold out that long.
Snake, can you see Wolf from where you are?
There's nowhere to hide between here and the tower. She must be on the second floor of the tower.
If Wolf is in the communications tower, she can see you perfectly. It's the classic sniper's position. At that distance, you won't be able to hit her with a standard weapon either. You'll need a sniper rifle.
Colonel, take it easy. I'm gonna save Meryl, no matter what it takes.
Okay. Thanks.
What's wrong, Naomi?
Nothing. I'm just surprised you're willing to sacrifice yourself. You got the genes of a soldier, not a savior.
You trying to say that I'm only interested in saving my own skin?
I wouldn't go that far, but
I don't know what the hell my genes look like, and I don't care. I operate on instinct.
like an animal?
I'm going to save Meryl. I don't need an excuse.
Okay.
And I'm not doing it for someone else either. I'm gonna save Meryl for myself. Colonel, don't worry.
Snake, thanks.
I understand. I'm sorry.
I think we can call Otacon.
Otacon, have you ever seen a sniper rifle anywhere on this base?
A sniper rifle?
Meryl's been shot by an extremely good sniper.
Sniper?
A high-quality sniper rifle is the only way I can fight back.
I saw a PSG-1 in the armory in the second-floor basement of the tank hangar.
The second-floor basement of the tank hangar? I have to go all the way back there?
Well, yeah.
What's wrong with you, Otacon?
Nothing.
Nice. I forgot that had that as a like a really nice touch there. Otacon's hesitation to tell you about the sniper rifle. What was I gonna say? I believe you're locked in sequence after you get the L5 card, because you get it from Meryl, and if you try to go not into the commander's office, she says we need to go to the commander's office. I've never tried to divert path after that. It might be possible, but I assume they'd just do the same thing and force you to go the right direction. Or right direction. Yeah, that would be the only time. I had never considered it before, Vatio. It's an interesting... I wonder if it would let you back. They must do something to stop you, because otherwise, yeah, you'd break the sequence. In, like, quite a bad way. It'll either be a case of, like, the door won't open, or you'll hear, like, Meryl saying, what are you doing? Boy up! Had to run face first into the guard. I am a genius. Oh! Fucking bollocks. Oh, I forgot. Yeah. Okay.
Snake, answer me! Snake! Snake!
Video games are hard. Well, we died twice to, Gray Fox. You know what it is as well? It's me using the fucking analog instead of the D-pad. Because with the D-pad, you can make straight lines. With the analog, it's a bit more touchy. You can, it's just touchy.
Is this all there is to load? To the heliport, huh?
Does it smell like dog piss? Nope, use box A for the P. I'm the best at video games, I swear. Yeah, lads. Oh my, they just got the grenades out. I was gonna say one day I'll do a perfect clear of this game, but, you know, probably I won't. I've played this game a lot, but I play it once a year, and I don't practice in between. They can't lay down and shoot, but they do toss grenades in after you, which is always a scary thing to realize. Think, oh, they, you know, Metroid can't crawl, we're safe, no worries. Metroid can bomb. Oh no. Makes sense if it was an insta-kill. Even putting the fragmentation aside, an explosion in that kind of enclosed environment would fuck you up. Like the pressure from the explosion. Very bad for you. Obviously, yeah, also all the fragmentation would be like bounced into a single concentrated point. Yeah, that's a fair point. Otacon did say he'd go grab stuff for us. And it's this, like, the implication for the stuff that he grabs is that it comes from this supply area. I suppose, yeah, I guess that does make sense. He'd be reluctant to fetch you a PSG-1 for the particular purposes you have in mind. Now, I always balls this up. It's awkward angle. You gotta, like, shift and then shift back.
You got a PSG-1. You can use that against Sniper Wolf. Hurry up and save Meryl.
It might also be a case of, like, at least thinking... Oh my god! Oh my god! I did it! Now watch me fuck up this bit. Don't believe so. Where everyone goes here. As far as, like, Snake's concerned, I'd say he's probably thinking, like, it'd be quicker for him to go get it anyway with Otacon and his bum leg. It'd take him a while. Even if he's close by the weapons hangar, it'd still take him quite a while to traverse from here to the back end of the nuclear warhead storage building. And there's every chance he's still in his office, which means the amount of distance traveled is about the same, and Otacon would take a much longer time to travel than Snake. That's a lot of mines. Oh, well, it helps if I pay attention to mines and not the chat. The other thing is, like, you're not wrong in that he's leaving her, which would be pretty, tense thing to do as such, but, like, at the same time, there's nothing he can do for her there. And the quicker we get the PSG-1 to deal with Wolf, the quicker we can save Meryl. And since she's bleeding out, you do want to go relatively quick. Got a triple bullet wound going on. She's not exactly in a pleasant situation. You can't Nikita Wolf in that first fight? Maybe you can. I don't know if it'd be real tricky to get it up the staircase if you're allowed to get it up the staircase. You can definitely Nikita Wolf in the second fight. That's usually how I do it. These days I throw it to the chat with people prefer a sniper duel or a rocket duel. We will do when we get there, but that's a ways out yet. No Fab, because plot. You'll see. Honestly, a hard 18-hour limit for the game wouldn't be bad. It'd be odd, but, like, you do not need 18 hours to clear this game. Even, like, casually. 18 hours is still, like, huge amount of time to clear this game. Yeah, actually, that could be kind of cool, thinking about it. Like, a time limit that took into account the times when Snake's unconscious and the time you lost. And so the timer updates. You were knocked out for this long, you've now lost this much time. But that, I think, would be unfun for people. It'd be a cool thing to do on like something you could enable on a higher difficulty. This is why you want to get out of here as quick as possible, otherwise it gets a little complicated with their patrol patterns. Whew. That was mildly doki doki. Oh man, I never actually played Pepsi Man. Interesting artifact of a game, that one. Maxed out on rations, maxed out on diazepam, maxed out on PSG-1 ammo. Don't worry about it. Alright. I am going to take another short break here just before this boss, because after this we're going to be in a very long sequence, so I'm going to go get myself another drink. Maybe break out some snacks as well. Yeah, where are we? Guess back over to the BRB screen, and I will be back in a couple of minutes. Alrighty. Sorry that took so long. I went and made some popcorn. I'd intentionally got some popcorn for the Metal Gear Marathon. I figured I'd put it to use. Also, a glass of rum. Once again, here's... Now, I believe before I've mentioned about how momentum-based boss fights are in this game, and this is no exception. Hey, Aratu, how's it going? Thankfully, you can be sort of fat-fingered with your shooting. It's not super precise. G-Savior! Well, that's not something you see every day. How's the kit?
Good job with Wolf. Is Meryl okay?
I don't know. I don't see her around.
You don't think she's been captured, do you?
Could be. Let's ask Wolf. If she's still alive, I'm gonna get some answers.
Snake.
About Meryl. I'm counting on you.
I need to do another build stream. At least, like, something fun, like one of the SDCS kits I've got sitting here. Something nice and quick. Been too long since we've done a build stream.
Snake, wouldn't now be a good time to save your mission? You haven't saved your mission in a long time anyway, right?
What's going on?
I'm not sure. I'm getting a bad feeling.
Bad feeling? Something you ate?
No, I'm serious. Like a premonition or something.
Always take the save here. How are we doing on time? Pretty bad, actually.
Snake, it's all up to
I suppose it's those deaths to Gray Fox that cost us. Don't normally die to Gray Fox. Well, we've got... Hang on, what's it sitting behind me? The real grade Sazabi. Which the last build stream we did like the legs of. So the other option would be to go back to that and continue that project.
Don't move!
It's hard to miss when you're this close. Toss your weapon over here. Slowly. You are a fool to come back here. Stupid man.
A lady sniper, huh?
Didn't you know that 2/3 of the world's greatest assassins are women? Do you want to die now? Or after your female friend? Which will it be?
I'll die after I kill you.
Is that right? Well, at least you've got spirit. I am Sniper Wolf, and I always kill what I aim at. Oh, you're my special prey.
You know, she says that, but she didn't kill Meryl, and she didn't kill Snake.
Oh, I've left my mark on you. I won't.
0 for 2.
Until I kill you. You're all I think about.
Take him away.
Now, I know the point was to not kill Meryl, but still. You say you always kill what you aim at.
Don't kill me yet. I'm alive.
Leave it to me.
I want no more exodus like that dark chief.
Yes, he's my target. Mine.
Can you hear me, Solid Snake?
He's tougher than I thought.
Do you know who I am? I always knew that one day I would meet you. The man who stole what was rightly mine. The man who stole my birthright.
Forget it. Your body is strapped down tight.
Me? I'm the man you stole everything good from. And now, after the sacrifice of our brothers, after 30 long years, finally, the two of us meet. The brother of light and the brother of dark.
Do you need his DNA too?
Yes. I want a sample while he's still alive. We need it to correct the Genome Soldier's mutations.
Then we'll be able to cure them?
No. We still have to get our hands on Big Boss's DNA.
Have they given in to our demands yet?
Not yet.
They won't give in. They're all hypocrites, every one of them.
Is that your opinion as a Kurd?
They always put politics first.
That's right. That's why they want to avoid any leak about their precious new nuclear weapon.
Boss, it looks like our friend is awake.
There definitely is a resemblance, don't you think, little brother? Or should I say, big brother? I'm not sure. Anyway, it doesn't matter. You and I are both the last surviving sons of Big Boss. It's me. Really? Then what? Those idiots! All right, Raven. I'll be right there. They're not responding to our demands. We launched the first one in 10 hours as planned.
Damn Americans.
Looks like you read them wrong.
Something's funny. Normally the Americans are the first ones to the negotiating table. They must think they've got something up their sleeves.
So it's come down to it, has it? We're going to launch that nuke and ride it all the way into history.
I've got to take care of some launch preparations. You're in charge here, Ocelot.
What about you? Want to stay for the show?
I'm not interested. It's time to feed the family.
So you prefer your wolves to my show, huh?
Ocelot, don't screw up like you did with the Chief.
Yes, I know. That was an accident. I didn't think a pencil pusher like him would be so tough.
Well, his mental defenses were reinforced by hypnotherapy.
Boss, what about that ninja?
He's killed 12 men. Whoever he is, he's some kind of lunatic.
Bastard took my hand. How could he have gotten in here?
Perhaps there's a spy among us. Mantis is dead. We've also got to find out what killed Baker and Octopus. We're short-handed, so make this little torture show of yours as short as possible.
Torture? This is an interrogation.
As you wish. See you later, brother.
Your woman is still in this world.
Meryl.
Catch you later, handsome.
Once she picks a target, she doesn't think about anything else. Sometimes she even falls in love with them before she kills them. Finally, just the two of us. How are you feeling?
Not bad. Caught a nice nap on this revolving bed of yours. Too bad I was sleeping alone.
I'm glad to hear that. This is some bed, all right. I'm about to show you some of its nicer features.
Where are my things?
Oh, don't worry. They're all there. Washington was taking quite a chance sending you here. Someone must have had a lot of faith in your skill, huh, carrier boy?
So, Metal Gear is armed with a new type of nuclear warhead, huh?
Why don't you go ask Campbell for the full story?
The Colonel?
By the way, you got an optical disc from President Baker, didn't you?
What if I did?
Is that the only disc? There's no other data?
What do you mean?
There's no copy? If not, that's fine.
Is Meryl okay?
She's not dead yet. Wolf must have been feeling generous. But if you want her to stay that way, you better start answering my questions right now. You were holding one card key. Where are the other two? What's the trick behind that key?
Trick?
That weasel of a president said there's some kind of trick to using the key.
Hell if I know.
I see. No problem, then. We're going to play a game, Snake. And we'll find out what kind of man you really are. When the pain becomes too great to bear, just give up and your suffering will end. But if you do, the girl's life is mine. Press the circle button repeatedly to regain your strength. When you've had enough, press the select button to submit. When your life reaches 0, the game is over. There are no continues, my friend. Don't even think about using auto-fire, or I'll know. I'm going to run a high-voltage electric current through your body. If it's just for a short time, it won't kill you. You're a tough guy, Snake. But I've got some bad news for you. You're no POW. You're a hostage. There's no Geneva Convention. No one is coming to save you. Starting to feel a little scared. Good. You should be. Okay. Let's get started.
As I said before, this is a save Meryl year.
Okay.
Odd years are Otacon, even years are Meryl, so we need to survive the torture sequence. Now, I've never owned an auto-fire controller, so I've never tested if it actually detects auto-fire.
How did you like that? Shall we go again?
Funny you bring up Rayman. This is the first ever game I had on the original PlayStation.
Had enough yet? We're not finished yet.
There's a reason I call the Metal Gear games B-movies, Fab. They're well aware of what they are. They are aware that they're a video game. They take themselves seriously enough that you can get really invested in them, but they don't take themselves too seriously as to not break the fourth wall in a bunch of places. Yeah, his arms in this are disconnected polys. They're a different set. from his main body.
You're a strong man.
There are no continues. If you die here, it's game over. You gotta go load a save.
You're the boss's brother, all right. Your brother, he's an amazing man. Who else could shoot down 2 F-16s with a Hind helicopter? The Les Infanteries project was not a total failure. He is the one man who could make my dream into a reality.
So, that sets up a lot of stuff that will take place across the course of the series. That one line, very important. At this point, yeah, does he even know what his own dream is?
Huh? Looks like I got a roommate. The DARPA chief? What a stench.
Now, just to sort of point things out here, the surrender and let Meryl die, I actually find makes for a much better sequence here. You get unique stuff for letting Meryl die, and I feel it fits the story much better to go that route. I also feel the Broforce ending is better than the Meryl ending, but obviously we did the Broforce ending last time, so we'll be doing Meryl ending this time.
Damn, I caught a cold. That witch, she took my clothes.
Snake, are you okay?
I've been better.
How's Meryl?
They've got her.
Damn. Snake, the government has decided not to give in to their demands. We're trying to buy some more time.
Come on, Colonel. Why don't you stop playing dumb? I'm sorry about Meryl, but I want the lies to end now.
What are you talking about?
Metal Gear was designed to launch a new type of nuclear warhead, wasn't it? You knew it all along, didn't you? Why did you try to hide it?
I'm sorry.
Can't tell the grunts, huh? You've changed a lot. Metal Gear, secret advanced nuclear weapons research. Does the White House know about this? How deep does it go?
As far as I know, as of yesterday, the president had not been briefed about the Rex project.
Need-to-know basis, is that the idea?
These are sensitive times. Even subcritical nuclear tests are causing quite a stir.
Plausible deniability, huh?
Yes. And tomorrow, the president and his Russian counterpart are scheduled to sign the START 3 Accord.
I get it. That's the reason for the deadline.
That's right, Snake. And that's why we can't let this terrorist attack go public.
We still haven't even ratified START 2 or dealt with the issue of TMDs. This has to do with the president's reputation and America's place as the dominant superpower.
So patriotism is your excuse for circumventing the Constitution?
Please, Snake. Just stop them.
Why should I?
Because you're the only one who can.
In that case, tell me the truth about this new type of nuclear warhead.
I told you before. I don't know the details.
I don't believe you. If the situation is so serious, why don't you give in to their demands? Let them have Big Boss's remains.
You see?
Or is there some reason that you can't do that? Something you haven't told me about?
Publicly, the president has been very vocal in his opposition to eugenics experiments. We don't want the existence of the Genome Army to go public.
And that's the only reason? Huh. Hell with you.
I'm sorry.
The corpse of the DARPA chief is lying right here next to me.
Oh man.
But it's strange. He looks and smells like he's been dead for days. All his blood's been drained out too.
Drained?
Maybe to slow down decomposition?
I have no idea.
But the chief only died a few hours ago, right?
Right. But he's already started to decompose.
What could it all be about?
Something in his blood that they wanted?
I doubt it. Just the nanomachines in the transmitter.
Did the chief tell them his detonation code?
I'm afraid so. It looks like they've got both codes and are nearly ready to launch.
Damn. Is there any way to prevent it?
It seems that there's some type of emergency override device that can cancel out the detonation code. It's a countermeasure that Arms Tech installed secretly. You have to unlock it with 3 special card keys.
And where are those keys?
I've got one of them. I don't know where the other 2 are. Besides, I'm locked up here.
We've got no choice. Forget about the keys. Your top priority now is to destroy Metal Gear itself. I'm sorry to have to lay it all in your lap, but you're all I've got. Bust out of there and get to the communications tower. Also...
What?
I know it's asking a lot.
Meryl, right?
Yeah.
I'll save her.
Thanks.
If you let Meryl die here, or, well, it's implied letting, copping out from the torture sequence is what lets Meryl die. You get a different conversation with, Naomi there that's really quite a brutal conversation as Snake sort of breaks down and realizes he isn't a hero, and it's a really, really good sequence.
Otacon, are you still okay?
Yeah, thanks to the stealth camouflage, that is.
I have a favor to ask. I need your help.
I was wondering when you'd ask. What should I do?
I've been captured. I'm locked up here in this cell.
What cell?
There's a big torture machine nearby.
Okay, I know it. It's close. I'll be there right away.
Thanks.
Shut up in there, will ya? Shut up! Shut up! Shut up in there, will ya? What the hell are you doing?
Resting comfortably. You know, I haven't really thought about it before, but it must be a real bugger to program the, because the arms are separate, polygon entities. It must have been a real bugger to program everything to make sure it all sort of stays synced up.
Shut up! Shut up!
Otacon,
I'm headed your way now. Can't you just relax?
I am relaxed. I just don't know how to kill time here.
Okay, I'll be there as soon as I can.
In this, yeah, I can see why you might think that's sus, Fab, but in this case it is actually very close to the storage area.
Snake, it's showtime. Ocelot wants you.
Did the PlayStation support skeletons? Probably, I don't know, actually. Because I know older stuff didn't, like, support skeletons properly.
I'll tell you once more. Press the circle button repeatedly to regain your strength. When you've had enough, press the select button to submit. When your life reaches 0, the game is over. There are no continues, my friend. I fought wars in Afghanistan, Mozambique, Eritrea, and Chad. Among the Mujahideen guerrillas, I was known and feared as Shalashaska. I was trained by the Russian GRU. I am not like one of those KGB slugs. To me, this isn't torture. It's a sport.
You're all just a bunch of sadists.
Don't confuse me with those uniformed fools. Well, shall we begin?
Okay, here we go.
Okay, here we go.
That was entirely unintentional.
How did you like that? Shall we go again?
Wonder if that's latent memory. I didn't even realize. It was honestly unintentional.
Had enough yet? We're not finished yet.
Metal Gear Solid 1 and Final Fantasy VIII taught me how to mash.
You still okay?
Final Fantasy VIII a little
Want me
bit
to
more
go
complicated
on?
with its mashing.
Can you take one more?
Boost.
You're a strong man. Well, that's enough for now, I think. We live in a sad age. Imperialism, totalitarianism, perestroika. 20th century Russia has had its share of problems, but at least they had an ideology. Russia today has nothing.
They're struggling between freedom and order, and with that struggle, a new spirit of nationalism has been born.
The boss has a close friend high up in the Russian government. He's currently the head of Spetsnaz. He's agreed to purchase this new nuclear weapons system. The Hind was just a down payment.
So you're in this for money?
I don't need money. I want Russia to be reborn, to lead a brave new world order.
Yeah, the boosting in Final Fantasy VIII is much more complicated because you can't, it's not just mash it out, you have to actually pay attention during the whole sequence, and if you mash while you're not supposed to mash, it resets the counter. We should stream Final Fantasy VIII one of these days. The problem is, Final Fantasy VIII.
I'm headed your way now. Can't you just relax?
You okay, Snake?
Yeah. Nothing new to report.
Snake, is there anything I can do?
Oh, the vibrator.
My arm hurts.
Poor Snake. I'll increase the level of painkillers in your blood.
Okay, but you can leave out the Benzedrine. That stuff makes me too frisky.
I guess you're not feeling too bad after all. Snake, put the controller up against your arm.
What?
Don't worry, it'll feel good.
Huh?
Okay, here I go.
Oh.
How does that feel, Snake? A little better?
How did you do that?
I stimulated your muscle fibers with the nanomachine cilia. That's about all I can do for you.
Naomi, please talk to me.
Oh, wait.
Say something to take my
Are we
mind
gonna
off
get
of
this
the
sequence anyway?
What can I say?
Oh, shit.
Anything.
I'm not a very good talker.
Please. Tell me about yourself.
Myself? That's a tough one.
Any family?
That's not a happy topic for me.
I don't have any family. No. Wait. There was a man who said he was my father.
Where is he?
Dead. By my own hand.
Big Boss.
What? Big Boss? I had no idea.
There was no way you could. It happened in Zanzibar 6 years ago. Only Snake and I know the real truth of what happened there.
So, is it true? Was Big Boss really your father?
That's what he said. That's all I know.
And you were able to kill him, knowing that?
Yep.
How?
He wanted it. Besides, some people just need killing.
That's patricide.
Yep. That's the trauma that Mantis was talking about. The one we share in common.
Is that why you left Foxhound?
Let's just say that I needed to be alone for a while, and Alaska was the perfect place.
Snake. I didn't have a real family either. Just a big brother who put me through school. We weren't even blood related, and he was much older than me.
Where is he?
He's dead.
I'm sorry.
Snake, is there a woman in your life?
After you've been through as many wars as me, it's hard to trust anyone.
Friends?
Roy Campbell.
You're still calling me friend?
Is that it?
No. There was another. Frank Yeager.
What?
Big Boss's most trusted lieutenant, and the only member of Foxhound ever to receive the code name Fox. Gray Fox.
I learned a lot from him.
But didn't you try to kill each other?
It's true. We did, in Zanzibar. But it was nothing personal. We were just professionals on opposite sides, that's all.
And you still call yourself friends?
Hard to believe. War is no reason to end a friendship.
That's insane.
I first met him on the battlefield. He was being held a prisoner of outer heaven, but he didn't look like a prisoner to me. He was always so cool and precise. I was still green, and he showed me the ropes.
You knew him well?
No. We never talked about our personal lives. Sort of an unwritten rule. The next time I saw him on the battlefield, we were enemies. We were fighting barehanded in a minefield. I know it sounds strange to most people, but we were just two soldiers doing our jobs. It's like a sport.
Men in their games. You're like wild animals.
You're right. We are animals.
So if you were friends, then how do you explain the ninja's behavior?
I don't know.
It's your genes. They make you predisposed towards violence.
You really like talking about genes, Naomi. Why did you get into genetic research anyway?
I never knew who my parents were, or even what they looked like. I guess I got into genetics because I wanted to figure out why I am the way I am.
So you studied about DNA?
Yeah. I thought if I studied my genetic structure, I'd find out who I really was. I thought that by analyzing a person's genetic information, I could retrieve the blank spots in that person's memory.
Memory is stored in DNA?
We're not sure, but we know that a person's genetic fate is determined just by the sequence of the 4 bases in their DNA.
So what about my fate? You know my DNA sequence, don't you?
Your fate? I'm sorry, I have no idea.
Of course not. You're a scientist, not a fortune teller.
So, that is the sequence I was referring to earlier. I didn't realize you got that sequence on the Meryl Lives route, because I don't normally put in the extra call to, Roy, there. Hey, Tim Brightman, how's it going? Welcome once again to the Metal Gear Marathon. Well, yeah, you're not wrong that it's never, like, officially confirmed. But it works. The problem with a lot of Metal Gear is it is, like, headcanon because MGSV got cut short. But that's what I choose to roll with anyway.
Oh, my stomach! Oh, damn it!
I have said repeatedly, MGSV is a bad Metal Gear game, but it is a great video game. And again, you're not wrong, because of it is retcons.
I'm here.
It is initially meant to have been Big Boss survived Outer Heaven, going tits up.
Hurry, get me out of here.
Let me go. That hurts.
Hurry up.
Is that how you ask a guy a favor? Let me go. Jeez, it's like an animal's cage. Oh, what a smell.
Because of him.
Yeah, it's the DARPA chief.
You don't hurry up and get me out of here, I'll be laying next to him.
Those bastards. This lock won't open with a security card. You need a key like the soldiers carry.
So what are you doing here then?
I thought you might be hungry. If you need more food, I can bring some more later. Also, I got you this level 6 card. It'll get you out of that torture room. Here, take this too.
What's this?
It's a handkerchief. I got it from Sniper Wolf.
Why?
I don't know why, but she's nice to me.
Sounds like Stockholm Syndrome to me.
I was taking care of the dogs here. After the terrorists took over, they were planning to shoot all the dogs. But Sniper Wolf stopped them. She even let me feed them when I asked. She likes dogs. She must be a good person. Please don't hurt her.
Wake up, you idiot. She's the one who shot Meryl.
Well, that's all I can do.
They're planning to launch a nuke. I've got to stop them.
Then you have to get past the communications tower.
First, you have to get me out of here.
Come on, I'm trying my best.
That guard's got the key. You'll have to take him out.
Give me a break. I'm no soldier. I can't take anybody out.
You have to.
I'll be killed. Oh, jeez. He's coming back. See you later.
Wait.
Yeah, I will not sit here trying to defend the story of, MGSV. I have always maintained it is a great video game and a very poor Metal Gear game, and that's what I stand by.
What the hell?
But I'm also not opposed to doing a bit of the old headcanon to fix up some of the joints. That's Johnny, Magic Ninja. That's just his pose. Johnny is an interesting lad. We have one shaft. Jesus Christ, we desperately need, like, more shaft grenades. If you're still here, Fab, you might remember you said, like, it's sus that Otacon knows the location of the torture room, but it's actually just here, if you remember here from earlier in the game. This is where we, I can't really muck about too much because of the cameras, but, that's the DARPA chief's cell in there. So it's not so crazy that Otacon is well aware of where the torture room lies. Because, so we never make use of it, but you can, like, call Otacon to get you stuff, and the implication is that he's getting you stuff from the armory here. So he would be reasonably familiar with the layout of this area. Well, more than likely, it would have been a request from Otacon. A request from Ocelot to install it specifically. We have a sequence that basically covers exactly that in MGS2. We will get to that tomorrow. Yeah. It's all just the arms tech. Wanting to increase productivity. This might be a bit of an odd question, but I don't remember how you originally discovered the stream, Dim Brightman. Because if I recall correctly, you also watch the Eggs stream, and I do occasionally get people come across from there. VG, okay. Okay, yeah, cool. It would have been 8V, same difference. Well, you know, actually quite a bit different. VG is its own monstrosity. What?
Snake, there's a bomb planted in your items. Hurry, throw it away.
Who the hell are you? One of them?
You'll find out soon enough.
Yeah, well, as I was saying earlier, Fraud, there is, That
was a close one, Snake.
I did actually forget about the bomb.
You'll pay for that. That Deep Throat's a real enigma. He's definitely from inside their ranks.
Is he an informer? Maybe some kind of renegade? I've got the feeling there's some other force at work here.
Yeah, there is the web ring stuff. I do make occasional use of Mark's V. Yeah, I'd honestly forgot about the bomb. I was focused somewhere entirely else. No, that's Mark board. It's at least mildly active. Yeah, it's definitely hard to keep track of where everyone went through the fractures. What I want to do is, like, area transition and toss the bomb so that it doesn't set the alarm off. Because it doesn't matter if it explodes in here.
That was a close one, Snake.
Ocelot, you'll pay for that.
Hey, Bad Moon Arcanine, how's it going? You have joined the 6th annual. Oh. Bollocks. You have joined the 6th annual Metal Gear Marathon. We are currently in the middle of trying not to die. It is a bit difficult. We've just survived the torture sequence. We had a lovely present from Ocelot in the form of a bomb in our inventory, which we had to dispose of. Now done, and we're just going to sweep through the storage area here to acquire some more ammunition. If you're unfamiliar with the Metal Gear franchise, this may be a bit lightweight, what? But, Metal Gear Solid 1 is a perfectly fine jumping in point, even if you have missed about half of it thus far. If you're particularly lost, I can catch you up. I'm reasonably well up on the lore. It's a bit of an understatement. A bit of a Metal Gear nerd. Oh, bother. Having a real bad time of it. Maybe I shouldn't have gone with the rum and the gin. He says as he takes another swig. Desperately need stuns and shafts, so that is useful. We need stuns for the next sequence we're going to do, and we just in general need shafts. They're mighty useful. Short supply. Hang on. This doesn't turn back on, right? Ah, good. Suppose we could actually show the Mind D off, which we don't really do often. I don't think there's a crawl space, yeah, off to the side here. There is in MGS4. We will get to that several days from now, but is there? Oh, there is a crawl space. Holy shit! Huh, there you go. Exactly, just what we needed, yeah. That actually worked out really well. I wonder if there's shafts in there in MGS4 as well, because you get very, very few shafts in MGS4. They are super limited in supply. That's just how good of a director Kojima is, or R2. He was able to future reference a game he would make. Chapter 4 is easily my favorite chapter from MGS4 as well. It is so good. Not just the return to Shadow Moses, but like the final sequence. Oh. I think a lot of it is just throwaway stuff, if I'm being honest, Badger. I think it's just stuff, well, not even so much throwaway, but like a lot of stuff he just sort of realized linked up well, and so he went with it. I don't believe it was all according to Keikaku. I'm willing to give Kojima a fair bit of credit, not that much credit. The reason I'm willing to give Kojima like a fair bit of credit is because of Policenauts. If you play through Policenauts, you'll see where he sort of initially sets up a lot of ideas that do end up coming back through the Metal Gear franchise. Police Notes itself isn't directly related to Metal Gear, but there's a lot of like concepts throughout Police Notes that he sort of revisits and integrates into the Metal Gear plotline. There isn't literally something or adding to 1 in this particular case. It's just a case of there was an area I knew about from 4. That area exists in 1. Obviously, it's not literally referencing back to Metal Gear Solid 1 is not referencing Metal Gear Solid 4. We're being a bit silly. Before does very much over-explain everything. To a detrimental degree. I have said many times, like, I fully accept MGS4 as a guilty pleasure. It has much problems. Fab has never seen the Metal Gear games, and or played the Metal Gear games before, so, no. And this is where the handkerchief is really useful. It makes the dogs not attack. Unless I'm misremembering, I'm pretty sure you said you hadn't, seen and or played Metal Gear before, right, Fab? I do apologize if I misspoke there. Are we, like, full on health and rations? Yeah, okay. So I was remembering correctly. Good. My brain's not so good, but at least I was remembering mostly correctly there.
Save your strength.
I was a fool. I wanted to be a soldier. But war is ugly. There's nothing glamorous about it. Snake, please save yourself. Go on living and don't give up on people. Don't forget me.
Snake, about Meryl.
Colonel, I'm sorry.
Listen to me.
I wasn't able to protect her.
Snake, she's a soldier. She knows that prisoners are a part of war. She joined up of her own free will. I'm sure she was prepared for this.
No. You're wrong. Meryl thought she had to become a soldier. Thought it was the only way. She said she thought it would bring her closer to her dead father.
She said that?
She wasn't ready for real combat. I shouldn't have pushed her so hard. It's all my fault.
It's not like you, Snake.
Master, what is it?
Sorry for eavesdropping, but I just couldn't listen anymore.
Master.
Snake, you can have regrets if you want to. It's only natural. But you can't keep attacking yourself for things that happened in the past. That road leads to madness. Believe me.
He's right. Don't kick yourself. It doesn't suit a legend like you. I'm sure Meryl's just fine.
Mei Ling.
Snake, forget about Meryl. Stop Liquid. That's what Meryl would want too.
You're right. Meryl would say the same thing.
Snake.
What?
Meryl. She's pretty special to you, huh?
Yes, she's special. There aren't many women like her around.
That's not what I meant.
She's the Colonel's niece and a combat buddy.
Is that all? Come on.
This is like a police interrogation.
No,
I guess it's in the genes.
The genes? What are you talking about, Colonel?
No, I just remembered about Naomi's grandfather. I think Naomi said he rose as high as assistant secretary in the FBI during Edgar Hoover's time.
Is that right?
Yes. Yes, he was Japanese, and he became a special undercover investigator to nab the mafia.
When was that?
Oh, sometime in the 50s, I guess.
Where?
New York, I think.
Naomi, I thought you didn't have any family.
Well, I researched it after I became an adult. My grandfather was already dead by the time I learned about him. I never even had the chance to meet him.
Oh.
Snake, good luck.
Watch your back, Snake.
Things sus. Now, one of these holes has a fucking gun turret in it that's gonna shoot at us, but I'm not wasting a shaft grenade on it. We don't need the items that are in there. Oh yeah, that sequence plays out regardless of what route you're on, but hits so much harder if you're doing the Otacon route where Meryl's supposedly dead. There's a lot about the Otacon route that just hits a lot harder, and I feel works a lot better in general. Can we not angle the camera up high enough? Huh. Oh, it's the next room. Never mind. Now, note where that camera goes off in comparison to, like, how the cameras usually go off. That's some bullshit, yo. And this is why we wanted an inventory full of stun grenades. Someone previously brought up this game effectively being a 3D remake of Metal Gear 2, and this is one of the big sort of sequences you may remember from Metal Gear 2. The big tower climb sequence.
Snake, that's the door to the walkway.
It won't open, even if I use the card.
Huh? Oh, that's right, I totally forgot.
Do you know something?
That door sometimes gets frozen shut because it's so cold outside.
Next time, tell me beforehand. So what should I do?
It's impossible to open from the inside. They always use C4 or something from the outside.
From the outside? You can't open it from the inside?
Sorry, it's impossible. But don't worry, you'll get through. There are 2 walkways that connect Tower A and Tower B. The other one's on the roof. You should just use the walkway on the roof.
Thanks, Otacon. The Stungy went off, but it didn't take him down? Rip off. I'm getting gypped on these, like, stun grenade rolls. Guess we didn't need the communications array after all.
Damn!
I'm afraid I can't let you get past here.
Liquid.
You're not going any farther. Die!
It's the British!
It's a long way down. If I had a rope, I should be able to use that rope I got.
What are you going to do? Take on a hind with your bare hands? Now you're mine!
If I stay here, I'm finished.
The joke there being that he did, in fact, previously take on a hind D with nothing but hand grenades. Not in this game, but in Metal Gear 1. Don't ask how that works. It doesn't make sense. Don't worry about it.
Here's how to repel. Press the X button to jump away from the wall. While you're away from the wall, press down on the directional button to drop down. If you jump while pressing right or left on the directional button, you can make a big jump in that direction. If you press and hold the circle button while using the directional button, you can walk slowly across the wall. If you're careful with the timing, you should be able to dodge the gunfire from behind while you rappel down. If anyone can do it, you can, Snake.
Yeah, I've never quite got the mechanics for this down. Sometimes you get a good run, you go fast. Other times you bounce all over the place. That now does make that door openable. Not that we need to play around with it right now. Are the lads here yet? The lads are here. So these are more forced kills. I know there's a couple of like weird out of bounds glitches for the speedrun, but I'm not sure specifically what. Wait, you get a stinger right there? Can we? Ha! That's nice. He actually flies away. Fuck this shit, I'm out. Well, I know there's at least on the PlayStation, there is a glitch where you can, use cardboard boxes in the crawl spaces with the wolves, to glitch yourself out of bounds. But I'm not really familiar with the Metal Gear speedrun in general. But you sort of allow yourself to stand up in one of the crawl spaces. Allows you to glitch yourself out of bounds.
Damn!
Nice touch that he does actually equip the SOCOM. Not just a movie sequence pull out.
Don't shoot! It's me, don't shoot! It's me, Snake!
Otacon, how'd you get here?
Well, it wasn't as dramatic as your entrance, believe me. I'm afraid of heights.
You were watching?
Yeah, I was watching. I was riding in the back of their truck. Thanks to the stealth camouflage.
How did you get up here?
The elevator, of course.
The first floor of the circular staircase was destroyed.
That's why I took the elevator.
The elevator was working?
Yeah, that's right. You're incredible. Like a movie hero or something.
No, you're wrong. In the movies, the hero always saves the girl.
You mean Meryl? Sorry. Forget I said anything. Snake, there's something I've really got to ask you. It's why I followed you up this far. Have you ever loved someone?
That's what you came to ask?
No, I mean, I was wondering if even soldiers fall in love.
What are you trying to say?
I want to ask you, do you think love can bloom, even on a battlefield?
Yeah, I do. I think at any time, any place, people can fall in love with each other. But if you love someone, you have to be able to protect them.
I think so too.
I have a favor to ask.
Uh-oh.
Don't worry, it'll be easy.
I told you before I don't want to hurt anyone.
I don't want you to either.
Okay.
The elevator is stopped down there. I want you to get it to move. You see?
That's weird.
It was working before, but now it isn't.
Maybe the panel's broken.
Can you fix it?
It was working before. If it's the mechanism, leave it to me.
I've got to go and swat a noisy fly.
Okay. I'll stay here and hold the fort. Good luck.
You really look like hell. Are you okay?
Don't worry. If I do this, it doesn't matter. I just pretend like I'm not here, and then I'm not scared.
Strange logic. I'm counting on you.
Again, some of these sequences really hit a lot harder if you're on the Otacon route. Hey, Cerebro. How you going, man? Forgot about these fuckers. It is indeed that time of the year already. What a fucking year it has been, my friend. What a fucking year. That is definitely the case. Metal Gear Marathon is always a great way to send the year off. even if it's been a real shitter of a year, we can always enjoy some Metal Gear.
So, the snakes finally come out of this home. Are you ready now, my brother?
Why are you calling me brother? Who the hell are you?
I'm you. I'm your shadow.
What?
Ask the father that you killed. I'll send you to hell to meet him.
Brother! Probably shouldn't face tank this fight, we should try to do it properly. Mostly because we just don't want to needlessly waste a whole pile of rations. We were having trouble earlier in the game with ration limits. Well, you want the rations equipped in case you fuck up. If we were going to face tank it, we'd be equipping body armor, but we don't have body armor yet, unfortunately. I don't remember if you can get early body armor. Damn. Double damn. I know where you can get the body armor in the blast furnace, and that's usually where I get it. I don't know if it's available somewhere else. Oh, is he winding up for the missiles? Yeah, he's winding up for the missiles. Hey, Vic Viper, how's it going? Is there ever a Vic Viper reference in Metal Gear? There's obviously in Zone of the Enders 2. But I don't think for Metal Gear. Yeah, no, but more just a specific reference, because Kojima obviously does reference it in Zone of the Enders 2. No worries, Serpent Ryu. Take it easy, man. Rest well. Indeed, we'll be going for a week. Plenty more Metal Gear to have. This is only the beginning. Yeah, the PAL card mechanic is one thing I will give the Twin Snakes version of the game. Making that less of a schlep was nice. Yeah, it's messes up the elevator sequence stuff because it removes it. But I can definitely see why people find the original PAL card sequence to be a fuck about. Speaking of a fuck about, the amount he does the go low trick here is really annoying. This is just wasting time, basically. I assume there's probably some shenanigans you can do speedrun style that allow you to clear it much faster. I've always hidden from the missile, so it's, I suppose...
Liquid. That takes care of the cremation.
Good old B-movie one-liners. I've just always hidden from that missile, so it's just something I continue to do.
Snake, the elevator's working.
You fixed it?
No, that's the weird thing. It just moved by itself. It's headed your way now.
Is that so? Okay.
That explosion before, what was it?
Oh, I had to take out that helicopter.
Helicopter? That's incredible, Snake.
Listen, I just want to make sure again. This is the way to get to where Metal Gear is being stored?
Yeah. The entrance to the underground maintenance base is towards the back of the snowfield ahead.
Okay. Find a safe place to hide out for a while. I'm going underground.
I know. You don't have to tell me.
And stay out of my way. Don't try to be a hero or anything.
Okay. Call me if you need to.
I do wonder if, like, Kojima would take it as a compliment, referring to these games as B-movies. I'm not sure. Yeah, Otacon's great. Not only do a lot more of the sequences in the game make sense during the Otacon ending, but the Otacon ending is just more satisfying in that sense anyway, as it's the Broforce ending. Like, no music, just sort of ambience for this walk down the stairs always makes it feel a bit more spooky. We discussed that earlier, Vic Viper. I was saying, like, as a kid, I had a pirated copy of the game, so didn't have the CD case. I do now own the game multiple times over in multiple different physical releases and digital releases, but back when I was a kid. Stingers are easier to refill than shafts, which is why I threw the stingers there. Yeah, well, as I was saying, back then I had a magazine, a PlayStation magazine that had a feature on the game that had that kind of stuff in it. I was lucky. But yeah, anyone that pirated or rented the game was kind of screwed. Obviously ain't no one gonna care about pirates, but the renting was a real problem. You're, getting a little ahead of us. Just ever so slightly getting a little ahead of us there. Thanks for the, anonymous gift sub. You're, moments too early.
Snake, there's something I forgot to tell you before.
What?
There were 5 stealth camouflage prototypes in my lab.
Yeah, so?
If you take out the one I'm wearing, that leaves 4.
Hey, this isn't first grade math class.
I thought I'd get one for you. So I went back to the lab and...
Yeah?
The 4 suits were missing. Also, about the elevator that I checked out, it's really strange. It was like someone was intentionally holding it.
When you were riding on it, did the weight limit warning go off?
That's another thing that bothered me about it. The warning went off, and I know I couldn't be over the limit.
How much do you weigh?
About 135, but that elevator had a weight limit of 650 pounds.
It would take at least 5 people to go over that limit.
Look out, Snake! The guys who stole my stealth prototypes are in there with you!
Too late, Snake! Now die!
Love that codex sequence. My favorite codex sequence in the game, hands down. Just casually choke them all out, don't worry about it. Yes, again, thanks to the anonymous gifter for the gift sub. Very kind. Is appreciated. Bare face used in the codec sequence there. Done by half, of course. Yeah, Hoff is pretty goddamn talented. Pretty much all the art featured on this channel is done by her. Yeah, anything that uses like actual hardware trickery like that would have been a problem for emulation for sure. Alright people, what are we doing? Sniper duel or missiles? I'll let the sequence roll. We'll see how it comes out. Just pop a squat there and call the colonel. Don't worry about it.
Snake, are you okay?
Otacon, were there any other stealth prototypes?
No, there were only 5.
So, this isn't stealth camouflage then?
What are you talking about?
Someone's aiming at me in the middle of this blizzard.
It's her!
Wolf? Sniper Wolf?
Yes, it's her. It's definitely her.
Otacon, you sound like you're happy.
No, I'm not.
So then what is it?
Snake, please don't kill her.
Are you insane?
Please. She's a good person. You'd know that if you talked to her.
Listen to me, kid. She's a merciless killer.
I can see you perfectly from here. I told you, I'd never quit the hunt. Now you're mine.
Wolf, no, you can't.
Don't get between a wolf and its prey.
You're pretty good if you can hit me in this storm.
You see, women naturally make better soldiers.
Wolf, don't do this.
Snake, I'm near. Can't you sense me near you?
It's a mistake for a sniper to reveal her location.
Is that right? Well, I'm going to send you a love letter, my dear. Do you know what that is? It's a bullet straight from my gun to your heart.
Please, Wolf! Snake, no!
Quiet! Don't get in our way.
Now I'm gonna pay you back for Meryl.
You men are so weak. You can never finish what you start.
Alright, seems we are going with a sniper duel. It has been a while since I've done this as a proper sniper duel. I don't have mad strats for... Whoa, there she is. I don't have mad strats for this one like I do... you can't actually hit her while she's behind the tree. Like I do the first one, which you're sort of forced to... sniper fight her. I normally do this with missiles. We run out diazepam, we're gonna be in trouble. As for realistic, I don't hold Metal Gear to a realistic standard in any sense. Sticking with my description of B-movie. The action schlock B-movie. The hero can, you know, eat bullets and keep going. But there we go, that's that fight done properly. Instead of missile abuse. You basically have to face tank it. As I've said before, like so many of the boss fights in this are momentum based. And it's just, there's no real way to control the momentum. You've just got to take the hits and recover quickly.
Waited for this moment. I am a sniper. Waiting is my job. Never moving a muscle. Concentrating. I am Longshot. You cannot save me. Please. Just finish me quick. I am a Kurd. I have always dreamed of a peaceful place like this.
A Kurd? So that's why you're called Wolf.
I was born on the battlefield. Raised on the battlefield. Gunfire, sirens, and screams. They were my lullabies. Hunted like dogs, day after day. Driven from our ragged shelters. That was my life. Each morning I'd wake up and find a few more of my family or friends dead beside me. I'd stare at the morning sun and pray to make it through the day. The governments of the world turned a blind eye to our misery. But then, he appeared. My hero. Saladin. He took me away from all that.
Saladin? You mean Big Boss?
I became a sniper. Hidden. Watching everything through a rifle's scope. Now I could see war. Not from inside, but from the outside. As an observer. I watched the brutality, the stupidity of mankind through the scope of my rifle. I joined this group of revolutionaries to take my revenge on the world. But I have shamed myself and my people. I am no longer the wolf I was born to be. In the name of vengeance, I sold my body and my soul. Now I am nothing more than a dog.
Wolves are noble animals. They're not like dogs. In Yupik, the word for wolf is Keglanek, and the Aleuts revere them as honorable cousins. They call mercenaries like us dogs of war. It's true. We're all for sale at some price or another. But you're different. Untamed. Solitary. You're no dog. You're a wolf.
Who are you? Are you Saladin?
Wolf. You spared Meryl's life.
She was never my real target. I don't kill for sport.
Rest easy. You'll die as the proud wolf you are.
I finally understand. I wasn't waiting to kill people. I was waiting for someone to kill me. A man like you. You're a hero. Please, set me free.
Why? Why? I loved you.
What is it?
My gun. Give it to me. She's part of me. Everyone's here now. Oh, okay, hero. Set me free.
Goodbye.
Snake, you said that love could bloom on the battlefield. But I couldn't save her. What are you doing?
Returning it to its owner. I don't need a handkerchief.
Why?
I don't have any more tears to shed. I'm going to the underground base. We're out of time.
I know.
You'll have to protect yourself now. Don't trust anyone.
Yeah.
If I can't stop Metal Gear, this whole place will probably be bombed to hell.
Yeah.
We might not meet again.
I'll hang on to my codec. I want to keep helping.
You can leave anytime. Get a head start. A head start on your new life.
Snake! What was she fighting for? What am I fighting for? What are you fighting for?
If we make it through this, I'll tell you.
Okay. I'll be searching too.
Yeah, as I was saying earlier, like, some of what makes these games so great is they can be really, like, kind of goofy, but then at the same time, they're able to have super serious moments like this, where it really sort of pulls you in, sort of get really invested in, characters and what the game is doing. Very much to the game's credit. Might be like, hey, why do you keep going for the thermals? There's nothing there. Yeah. Well, now. Does it actually trigger in this game? Oh, there it goes.
Huh?
Hint, hint. Hint, hint.
Colonel, listen to me. I found a parachute near the wreckage of the Hind.
A parachute? You don't think that Liquid survived?
Impossible. As soon as he jumped out of the pilot's seat, he'd be sliced up faster than an onion on an infomercial.
So what's that parachute doing
That's
then?
not how ejector seats work on choppers.
Either that, or a message. To me.
Meaning I'm not dead, I suppose.
Maybe. But I think it's more like, I'll string you up.
Well, in any case, don't let your guard down.
I won't.
They blow their blades and then fire the ejector seats. It's really easy to get invested in the characters and story fab. It certainly gets real silly in places, and that can take people out. But there's enough there to just sort of keep you invested. Oh yeah, so MGS1 is what pulls you in. And then you're in. Oh, I'd say MGS3 is probably reasonably level-headed. Ah, there, okay. I knew there was mines all up in one of these, I just couldn't remember which. But MGS3 also sort of gives you the feels the hardest as well. Yeah, it's not devoid of silliness, certainly. But, like, as far as, like, just being even able to just roll with the whole game, it's a lot less, I suppose because there isn't a Metal Gear as such. It's probably a lot easier to just roll with. Wait a minute, we're on a PS3 now. We'll get to that. Actually, this is a really good time to take a short break, as we're just past the 6-hour mark. I think I'll go make myself a fresh cup of coffee, and we'll push through the last couple of hours of the game. So, again, I will be right back. Alrighty. Got me a cup of coffee. That should see us through to the end of this game. We got a couple of hours left at this point. Hey, Murray, how's it going? And hey, Crowded, how's it going? Unfortunately, you can't crouch shuffle in this game. Yeah, you just missed Sniper Wolf. We've just started Disc 2. Well, this is awkward. He can't actually do anything about me. Oh, no, he can. Okay, there you go. Never mind. Didn't actually realize. Because normally I make the first cycle there. That's the first time I've missed the cycle in a while. Snake dies in magma, indeed. Metal Gear Kaiser.
What was that noise?
Looks. We want to get the body armor while we're here. Pretty sure it's available now. Hopefully it's not delayed. It's Kojima's interpretation of a furnace. Don't worry about it. It's fine. There's the body armor. Oh, there you go. There's a bot. Get bonked. Oh, dang. I was trying to take a sip of my coffee. Instead, I get hit by exhaust. This place does acquire claymores at some point, I just don't remember when. Yes, Kojima is really, really good at like world building and lore and that kind of stuff, which is what I was saying previously about Police Nords. It's not a great game, but it is super interesting lore and world building wise. You can like see where Kojima sort of expanded upon a lot of the ideas he had over the years. Don't need to press the... Ah. Didn't have it aligned right. Never mind me. How to play video game.
There he is!
Damn. It might seem silly, but it really is quite an efficient way to deal with these situations. The old CQC. Hand to hand is the basis of all combat. Only a fool trusts his life to a weapon. There's an annoying gun turret sitting up there that almost always gets me, and there's the claymores. I knew there was some bloody claymores around here. I'm not going mad. I will be quite mad by the end of the marathon, I'm sure. That much Metal Gear back to back to back to back to back to back to back. Probably a little bit questionable for one's sanity, but do what we must. If you're quick, you can punch out the birds. They get a little stroppy about that.
Snake, I've got something to
Oh,
tell
okay,
you
no, we're
about
just going straight
Naomi
into the story
Hunter.
sequence.
What about her?
Is this conversation secure?
Don't worry, the monitor's off.
Okay.
What's up?
I was in the FBI too, you know.
I didn't know that. What's your point?
Dr. Hunter's story about her background, about her grandfather being an assistant secretary to Hoover in the FBI.
Yeah?
And then going undercover to investigate the Mafia in New York.
Yeah, what about it?
It was all a big lie.
What did you say?
It was really bothering me. Why would she lie about it?
She lied?
She might be a spy.
Ridiculous.
Come on, even a high school student could see past it. The head of the FBI at that time, Edgar Hoover, he was a well-known racist. Didn't Naomi say that her father was Japanese?
Yeah?
Well, back then, there wasn't a single Asian investigator. Also, in the 1950s, the undercover mafia sting operations hadn't even started yet. They first started in 1960 in Chicago, not New York. But you better check it out. The chief and the president mysteriously dying, and that ninja, too many strange things are happening.
Are you saying that Naomi might be behind it?
I don't know. Either that, or she's working with the terrorists.
Could it be?
If I find out anything, I'll call. In the meantime, be careful.
Unfortunately, Peace Walker and MGSV are both not viable for the marathon, as each game is about as long as the entire marathon in themselves. V's probably nearly as long as 2 marathons put together. Great games, but very, very long. The marathon sort of only works because the longest game in the marathon is 4, which is at about 12 to 14 hours. MGS1's about 8 hours, MGS2's about 10 hours, 3 is 10 to 12 hours, 4 is sort of 12 to 14 hours. I think we'll give him the missiles.
Welcome, Cossack. This is the end of the road for you. Right, my friends? Listen, they agree. How dare you kill my friends? Ravens aren't scavengers like most people think. They're simply returning to the natural world, that which is no longer needed. Sometimes they even attack wounded foxes.
You were the one in the M1 tank? Must have been a tight fit for a big boy like you.
But that was no true battle. The Ravens and I were testing to see what kind of man you were. The judgment is decided. The Ravens say you are a true warrior.
Am I hallucinating? I can't move.
The Raven has put the mark of death upon you. Blood from the east flows within your veins. Your ancestors too were raised on the barren plains of Mongolia. Inuit and Japanese are cousins to each other. We share many ancestors, you and I.
I don't have any crows in my family tree.
You jest, but indeed ravens and snakes are not the best of friends. Nevertheless, you will make a worthy adversary. You live in Alaska too. You know of the World Eskimo Indian Olympics?
Yeah, I know it. Must be a real threat in the muck duck eating contest.
Yes, you are right. But there is another event that I excel at. It is called the Ear Pull. It is an event where 2 opponents pull each other's ears while enduring the harsh cold. It tests spiritual as well as physical strength.
You want to pull each other's ears?
The form is different, but the spirit is the same. Rejoice, Snake! Ours will be a glorious battle.
This isn't glorious, it's just plain killing. Violence isn't a sport.
Well, we'll see if there's iron in your words.
Alright, I think we'll try to missile him. I've never really sort of got a good strategy together for Raven. The Stinger missiles usually seem to be the best way to go about it. There are a lot of, like, weird and wonderful strats you can do involving, like, Nikita missiles or, like, claymores. When I initially played this game as a kid, I tried using claymores on him.
Come on out.
But, it's unfortunately sort of clunky. His AI is behaving very nicely at the moment. Yes, it's one of the few cases of the mine detector being legitimately useful. If you try to claymore this guy, the mine detector allows you to keep track of where your own damn claymores are at so you don't blow yourself up. Now, you know, that wasn't a miss there. That was him shooting the damn missile down out of the sky. Blind fire the missile. That's at least a stylish finish.
Just as the boss said, it is my existence which is no longer needed in this world. But my body will not remain in this place. My spirit and my flesh will become one with the ravens. In that way, I will return to Mother Earth who bore me. Snake! I will be watching you. Understand? Snake, take this security card. It will open that door.
Why?
You are a snake which was not created by nature. You and the boss. You are from another world. A world that I do not wish to know. Go and do battle with him. I will be watching from above. First, I'll give you a hint. The man who you saw die before your eyes.
What is it?
That was not the DARPA chief. It was Decoy Octopus, a member of Foxhound. He was a master of disguise. He copied his subjects down to the blood. So he drained the chief's blood and took it into himself. But he wasn't able to deceive the Angel of Death.
The Angel of Death? But why go to so much trouble? Why impersonate the chief?
That is the end of my hint. You must solve the rest of the riddle yourself. Snake, in the natural world, there's no such thing as boundless slaughter. There's always an end to it. But you are different.
What are you trying to say?
The path you walk on has no end. Each step you take is paved with the corpses of your enemies. Their souls will haunt you forever. You shall have no peace. Hear me, Snake. My spirit will be watching you.
That was actually, like, really quite a clean Raven fight. I'm pleased with that.
Snake, it's me.
Master.
It's about Naomi. Turn your monitor off.
What about Naomi?
Colonel, is Naomi there?
No, she's away. She's taking a short nap. So what is this about Naomi?
Okay, maybe we'd better let the Colonel hear this too.
Yeah, go on, Master.
Well, basically, Dr. Naomi Hunter is not Dr. Naomi Hunter at all.
What?
I thought her story of her background sounded kind of fishy, so I checked it out.
And?
There is an actual Dr. Naomi Hunter, or I should say, there was one. But she's not the woman we know. The real Naomi Hunter disappeared somewhere in the Middle East. Our Naomi must have somehow obtained her identification papers.
So then who is she really?
She must be some kind of spy.
A spy?
Yes. Maybe she's been sent to sabotage this operation.
Are you saying she's with the terrorists?
I don't want to believe it either, but she is working for Foxhound.
So you think she had a part in the uprising?
Or she could be working with some different group altogether.
Different group? It couldn't be.
Place her under arrest.
What?
She's betrayed us. She needs to be arrested and interrogated to find out who she's with.
If she's one of their spies, then we're in big trouble.
What do you mean?
Nothing.
Have you let her in on some kind of vital secret or something? Does this have anything to do with the mysterious deaths of the DARPA chief and the Arms Tech president?
I have no idea.
Anyway, we cannot allow her to participate any further in this mission.
Wait a minute. Without her, we can't complete this mission.
I knew it. You're hiding something.
Give me some time. I'll try to get it out of her.
Hurry then. We've got to figure out who she is and what she's doing here.
I understand. Snake, give me some time.
I don't have any time left for you.
Lots heating up. Things are getting interesting. Do a quick loot run around here, see if we can't pick up some ammo. Main things we want are shaft grenades, but I doubt we'll get any of them. And yet to the question of does that man just carry a fucking Avenger? Yes, he does. Raven is a pretty cool dude. Ooh, favorite Foxhound operative. I don't know about that. That would be a hard choice. I was gonna say Raven's definitely up there, but thinking about it, they're all pretty up there. of the use of the camera angle there, the slow shift to the low angle shot so you can see up as you're coming into the hangar. I find Octopus interesting, but yeah, certainly as far as like the rest of Foxhound is concerned, he's gets the shaft. I mostly find Octopus interesting because of the sort of implication of what would have happened had the DARPA chief actually met Solid Snake there. Because the chief would know who and what Snake is and what that implies.
Snake, it's me.
What's wrong? Did you find a good place to hide?
Yeah, thanks to the stealth gear. It looks like they've finished getting Metal Gear ready.
How do you know that?
I overheard them talking. Where are you now?
Right in front of Metal Gear, but it's strange.
What is?
There's nobody here. No guards, nobody patrolling. It's too quiet.
Maybe because they're all ready. They said they even input the PAL codes.
What should I do?
All we can do is use the override system that President Baker told you about.
But I've only got one of the 3 keys, and besides that, like Ocelot said, there's some trick to using the keys.
Leave it to me.
You got some kind of plan?
Well, I'm in the computer room right now. I'm trying to access Baker's private files.
Baker's files? Don't you need a password?
Of course, but there are ways.
Are you a hacker?
Yup, that describes me pretty well.
Does it look like you can get in?
I don't know yet. I'll give it a try.
I'm counting on you.
So, with Octopus, the reason the Fox die killed him is because his whole thing is he does literally copy the person down to their genetic level. I realize it doesn't make any sense, but it's a Metal Gear game, just roll with it. So that's why the Fox die affected Octopus. Wasn't designed to target Octopus.
Snake,
it just
me again.
Him sort of cloning the chief onto himself.
Not bad. I just got past his 3rd security level. He was a pretty careful guy.
Do you think you'll break in soon?
I never met a system I couldn't bust into.
Okay, keep trying.
Button. But yeah, basically because he copied the chief onto himself so well, that's why the Fox die affected him. I don't believe it was intended to target all of Foxhound. Well, okay, so none of them actually have Fox die in them. The carrier boy is Snake. He's the vector. He's the one that infects everyone. So by coming into contact with Snake, they get Fox die. We will go into much more detail in later games.
Snake, I did it!
You got past security?
Bingo!
Great. So what do you got?
I accessed the confidential Metal Gear file.
So what about the PAL override system that Baker talked about?
I haven't found it yet.
That's what I need to know.
But Snake, I found something else.
What?
The secret behind the new nuclear weapon. Just as I thought, the nuclear warhead is designed to be fired from the railgun like a projectile. It doesn't use fuel, so it isn't considered a missile. That way it can get around all sorts of international treaties.
Pretty sneaky.
Yes, but effective. And that's not even the scariest thing about this weapon.
Oh, I can't wait to hear this.
It's a stealth weapon.
You mean it won't show up on radar?
Yeah. The truth is, they've been working on a stealth missile since the late 70s.
Why weren't they able to develop one until now?
Because of the missile rocket propulsion system, it would be picked up by enemy satellites.
Oh yeah, that makes sense.
But unlike a missile, the railgun doesn't burn any propellant, so it can't be detected by any current ballistic missile detection systems.
An invisible nuclear warhead.
Totally impossible to intercept. And on top of that, it's got a surface-piercing warhead designed to penetrate hardened underground bases.
Yeah, we learned that lesson in the Gulf War.
This thing could mean the end of the world.
It's the ultimate weapon. And from a political point of view, it avoids the problem of nuclear reduction and nuclear inspections. Colonel, is this true? Are you listening?
I'm listening.
If word of this got out, it could delay the signing of the START 3 treaty and cause a huge international incident.
Yeah, it would be nasty. The United States would be denounced by the UN. It could even bring the president down.
Did you know this, Colonel?
I'm sorry.
You've changed, Colonel.
I won't make any excuses.
Snake, listen to me. This new nuclear weapon, it's never actually been tested, only simulated.
You mean they ran a computer model?
Yeah, that's why they were conducting this exercise. They needed to get actual experimental data to back up the simulation.
What were the results of the exercise?
It looks like it went better than they hoped for, but I can't find the data anywhere on this network. You'd think the data as important as that would be carefully recorded.
It was. President Baker gave me an optical disc with all of the test data.
What? Do you still have it?
No. Ocelot took it from me.
Damn. The terrorists have replaced the dummy warhead with a real warhead. Once they input the detonation codes, they should be ready to launch.
So you think they can do it?
Well, the dummy warhead was designed to be identical to the real thing, so I think so.
Did you find out how to override it yet?
Not yet. It must be in a separate file. Right now I'm looking through all of Baker's personal files.
We're counting on you.
We will greatly expand on what the Fox Die is and how it works in the later games. It is a big running plot point. Bollocks. Always forget about that guy.
Snake!
Did you find it?
No, I haven't found out about the override system yet, but I found Baker's ulterior motive.
He's just looking to get rich, isn't he?
Well, that's part of it. Armstech is in much worse financial trouble than I thought.
I know they lost their bid to make the next generation fighter jet. That plus the reduction in SDI spending.
It looks like there was even some talk of a hostile takeover.
Everything was riding on this project, I guess.
And it looks like we were paying a lot of bribe money to the DARPA chief.
Bribe money, huh?
Yeah, and Baker was a big proponent of the nuclear deterrent theory.
I see. So anyway, what about the override?
Just give me a little bit longer.
You just steal the Metal Gear? Alas, not for several games yet.
Okay, I've entered the PAL codes and disengaged the safety device. We can launch anytime.
There's still no response from Washington. It looks like we'll have to show them that we mean business.
Should I set it for Cherniton, Russia?
No. There's been a change. The new target is Loknor, China.
Why, boss?
I'm sure neither you nor Mr. Golukovich would really like to see a nuclear bomb dropped on your motherland, right?
Liquid. But why? There's nothing there.
Wrong. It's a nuclear test site.
A nuclear test site?
If we nuke a major population center, the game's over. But a nuclear explosion at a test site can still be concealed from the public. Meanwhile, Washington will be worried about the retaliatory strike from China.
That'll probably mean top-secret talks between both countries' leaders.
Of course. And in the process, the President will be forced to divulge the existence of a new and highly destabilizing nuclear weapon to the Chinese. What do you think that will do to the US's reputation? Or the President's?
And with the CTBT, that means that China and India... I see.
Yes. When the other countries hear about this new weapon, they'll all want to contact us. Washington won't be very happy when we start selling their own system to the highest bidders. Yes, the President will break. He will give in to our demands.
Big Boss's DNA and $1 billion. $1 billion?
That money will be used to cure our genome soldiers as well. I'm also including the Fox dye vaccine in our demands.
Fox dye? It killed Octopus and the Armstech president. So it's true that it affects older people first. Mantis might not have been affected because he wore a mask.
Wolf wasn't infected either. Perhaps due to those tranquilizers she always took.
Something to do with the adrenaline level in the blood. Or maybe it's just because this Fox dye was still experimental and they haven't worked out all the bugs yet.
In any case, have you heard from your friend, Colonel Sergei Golukovich, at the Spetsnaz?
He still has doubts about the ability of Metal Gear. He said we can talk after Metal Gear's test launch is successful.
He's a very prudent man.
There's nothing to worry about. The Colonel wants Metal Gear and a new nuclear weapon so bad he can taste it. If Russia wants to regain its position as a military superpower, they need to reinforce their nuclear arsenal. They need a nuclear weapon that can't be intercepted. Metal Gear will allow them to gain first strike capability over the rest of the world.
Their regular army is in shambles, and they think they can restore their country's military power with nuclear weapons? Golukovich, he's no warrior. He's a politician.
But he's the one who gave us the Hind and most of our other heavy firepower.
He's got over 1,000 soldiers under his command. If we join forces, we could put up quite a resistance here. Since Mantis died, the genome soldiers' brainwashing has started to wear off. I'm worried about the men's morale. An alliance with the Russians would boost that as well.
What do you say?
We're not going anywhere. We're going to dig in here.
We could still escape.
We've got the most powerful weapon ever made, and we're about to ally with Golukovich's forces.
Are you going to fight the whole world?
And what's wrong with that? We can launch a nuclear warhead at any target on this planet. A nuclear warhead invisible to radar. And on top of that, this base is full of spare nuclear warheads. Once we get the DNA and the money, the world will be ours!
What about your promise to Colonel Golukovich?
I have no interest in the revival of Mother Russia.
You're not thinking of reviving Big Boss's dream.
From today, call this place Outer Heaven.
Big Boss's dream.
But boss, you're not worried about the PAL being overridden. If the code is in it again, it'll be deactivated.
No need to worry. The DARPA chief and the Armstech president are both dead.
Does Snake know how the override system works?
You interrogated him, don't you know?
He didn't have any keys on him.
Good. Then no one can stop Metal Gear now.
By the way, what should we do with that woman? Want me to kill her?
Let her live. She's Campbell's niece, and Snake cares for her. We'll keep her as our ace in the hole.
Meryl, she's alive.
Snake, I found Baker's top-secret files.
Great job.
How's it going there?
They've finished inputting the PAL codes. So how do we deactivate them?
Okay, you see the override system that the President was talking about. It can also be used to input the detonation codes. You see, if you insert the keys when the warhead is active, you deactivate it. And if you insert them when it's inactive, it becomes activated. And you can only use the keys once.
Only once, huh?
Yeah, you better get started. We don't have much time.
But it takes 3 keys, right? I've only got 1 of them.
Hold on a minute. You see, that's the trick. You already have all 3 keys.
What are you talking about?
The card key is made of a shape memory alloy.
Shape memory alloy?
Yes. It's a material that changes shape at different temperatures. The key is made out of it.
This card key?
Yeah. The card key changes shape at different temperatures.
So this key is actually 3 keys in 1. Clever.
Can you see the input terminals in the center of the control room?
I see them.
Those 3 laptop terminals are for the emergency input. There should be a symbol on each screen. Each symbol corresponds to a different key. Input the keys in order from left to right. The left one's for the room temperature key. See the symbol? Next to that goes the low temperature key. The one on the right is the high temperature key.
Okay, I got it. First, I change the shape of the card, and then I input them in order, right?
That's right. All you do is insert the card keys. After you insert the key into the module, a hard disk reads the information contained on it. Once you've finished with all 3 terminals, the code input process is complete. But here's the thing. You can only use the key 3 times. It's an emergency system. It's only meant to be used once.
The world is riding on that key, Snake.
Who's that? Damn! The key fell in the drainage ditch.
Snake! This is bulletproof glass. There's no way in. I'll enjoy watching you die.
The card flipping is the best sound effect in the game because it's literally just someone going. There's like so much. There's so much else that's like all really good stuff, and then there's that card flipping sound effect there that is literally just someone going. It's probably a last-minute addition to add the sound effect there, and they didn't have, like, if it was a real last-minute thing, the Foley artist would be done. So they just, like, pulled that out of their ass, basically. It's not that Kojima didn't write these games, he did. It's just that he had help editing them. And that's sort of where you can see the difference in some of the later games, where he goes a bit off the rails compared to this one, where he's sort of reined in a bit by his crew. Found the PAL key super early, actually. I'm really pleased there. That normally takes a while. Yeah, there's always a lot of sort of speculation as to how much of it is like a George Lucas situation where it comes together in editing. But, like, I don't believe that because the other Metal Gear games are still really good. Just, he needs someone to keep him a bit in check. Was Tomokazu Fukushima involved with Police Nords? As I've sort of alluded to a few times, a lot of the stuff that eventually sort of builds out was initially set in Police Nords. Like a lot of his sort of ideas, and I didn't even realize you could put it in the wrong laptop.
The wrong one?
Huh, I'd never done that before.
Looks like the key doesn't fit.
Hey, the Boktai games are a fair point. Those are really good. I've said many times we need to do Boktai 1 through 3 and Lunar Nights. A lot of people don't realize those are Kojima games.
Awaiting PAL code number 2.
Okay, that takes care of PAL code number 1. Now, PAL number 2. Freeze the key.
Wasting so many chef. You need these for the final boss, but if you get hit by the cameras here, it's just game over. The room locks, and you're dead. Yeah, I believe Boktai 3 got a fan translation. Yeah. As for emulation, you're not wrong because of the whole solar thingy, but also the solar thingy is a huge pain in the butt. And so a modified ROM is probably the best way to play the game. At least just from like a player experience standpoint. So the Boktai games are all about this, like, you have a gun that's powered by the sun, and you're hunting vampires. And it had a thing that attached to your Game Boy Advance that detected how much sunlight you were currently in, and that affected how strong the sunlight was in the game, which you could use to charge your weapons. Obviously, that's pretty inconvenient for playing the game actual, especially for someone like myself who tends to game at night. Yeah, that's also not a bad point there. Yeah, the GBA wasn't great in direct sunlight. At least the GBA SP had like the backlight, so you could get around it a bit. And yes, I absolutely would like to stream all 4 of them. That's what I was saying before. I'd really like to do Boktai 1 through 3 and Lunar Nights. It's just time. Always time. They're not particularly long games. I really should try to... The problem is, like I want to do all these things, but then, like, we're currently in the middle of Dragon Quest XI, which we need to get back to once we're done with all the, like, Metal Gear Marathon and everything. And then we've got, you know, the 2021 stuff coming up. I'm just trying to remember what's coming 2021. So we've got Disgaea 6, we've got Nier 1.2. I'm actually drawing a blank. I'm sure there was more stuff. I mean, I've got... Like, we've still got Sakuna sitting here, which I really want to do more of. But time. Generally, when I stream stuff, we don't do those kind of optional extras. Unless there's a real compelling reason to do so. I've only played like 6 or 8 hours or so of Sakuna, and I really enjoyed it. The only reason I didn't stream more of it is time. It hit at the same time as Dragon Quest XI. It just, yeah, just time. I absolutely intend to do more of it. I really enjoyed what I've played of it so far. It is very much my sort of thing. It's got a lot of fun characters. The combat system is sort of pseudo vanillaware. It's got a really good art style to it. Got me coming and going, basically. We've got Thysa 2 next year as well, which I've still not finished Thysa 1. Yeah, Sakuna of Rice and Ruin. It's half vanillaware style action platformer and half rice farming.
Palcode number 2 confirmed. Awaiting Palcode number 3.
Okay, there goes Palcode number 2. Next comes pal number 3. Warm the key.
Yeah, it's real good. As I said, we will absolutely be getting back to it next year. That'll probably be like late January. Maybe. I haven't planned that far ahead. That's sort of the ending of my planning was kicking Super Robo Sundays over to OGs and then getting the Metal Gear Marathon. It's about as far as I've got planning-wise. Oh, I hate this card. The Metal Gear Marathon took a bit more work this year than usual because I was setting up all the extra Twitch notifications and whatnot. And, well, I suppose Super Robo Sunday didn't really take much setup. I was just super excited to be playing OGs in English. As I said, decent camera work in this section here. So, for PlayStation games, best camera work goes to Silent Hill, hands down. That game has amazing camera work. Better go through Masukishin or OGs? Okay, so that's a fair question. You're pretty much fine just jumping straight into OGs. If you're, like, super pedantic like myself, run through Masukishin. But it's really not that relevant, at least in the case of OG 1 and 2. You won't be missing out on much by not having played it. That is a fair question. I would say for like 99% of people, starting with OGs is a perfectly fine way to go. Events-wise, OGs takes place between Masukishin Part 1 and Masukishin Part 2, which is the Super Famicom game, has both Part 1 and Part 2 in it. Not to be confused with Masukishin 2 and 3, which are actual separate games.
Snake, it's about Naomi Hunter.
Then you should talk to the Colonel. He's looking into it.
Turn your monitor off.
Okay, it's off. No one else can hear us. Go ahead.
Sorry, but I didn't want the Colonel to hear.
Okay, so what's up?
I've got a good friend in the Pentagon.
Yeah?
He's the one who told me about it. It looks like the DIA recently developed a new type of assassination weapon.
An assassination weapon?
Snake, have you ever heard of something called Fox Dye?
No. Fox Dye. Liquid and the others were talking about it.
Yeah. It's some kind of virus that targets specific people. I don't know all the details, but...
What are you trying to say?
It's too similar.
What is?
The cause of death. Didn't the Arms Tech president and the DARPA chief, I mean, decoy octopus, die of something that looked like a heart attack?
Yeah?
Well, apparently, Fox Die kills its victims by simulating a heart attack.
No. You're telling me that Naomi was behind it?
Snake, try to remember. Did Naomi give you some kind of injection?
Nanomachines.
She was in the best position to have done it, but I don't know what her motive was.
Does the Colonel know?
I'm not sure. But he still hasn't questioned her.
Okay, I'll ask him myself. Colonel, what's new with the Naomi situation?
I just placed Naomi under arrest.
Arrest?
She was sending coded messages towards the Alaskan base. I didn't want to believe it, but she must be working with the terrorists.
Are you sure?
I'm afraid so. She's being interrogated now.
What kind of interrogation?
Well, I'd like to avoid the rough stuff, but we don't even have any sodium pentothal here.
Call me if you find out anything.
So it's true, isn't it?
Naomi, I can't believe it.
That means the Fox Die vaccine must be around somewhere.
Listen, I've got bigger things to worry about.
But Snake, you might be infected too, you know.
All I can do is leave it up to the Colonel.
As I was saying before, plot time. Getting real into the thick of it now, which be expected. We're getting close to endgame. More claymores. I don't mind these elevator sequences, and especially with like the way they sort of dole out the plot as you're sort of making your way up and down. But I can see why people would find this somewhat frustrating. I suppose that tends to be the condition with a lot of games I play. I enjoy it, but I can see why people don't. And at least as far as the Metal Gear games, that's why I'm here presenting them. I play them so you don't have to. Something, something, something. Is the Nostalgia Critic still doing videos? I think he is, isn't he? He's like the only one left on Channel Awesome now. Because the only other one that was left was Guru Larry. And I think he... Did he ever officially leave Channel Awesome? I don't know why this... Oh, I was going to say, I don't know why this has come up. And of course I went for accidental Nostalgia Critic reference. And I haven't, like... I haven't seen a Nostalgia Critic video in years. Really? Oh, you asshole. I just wanted to check what was down this side. Yeah, I never really followed the Channel Awesome scene closely at all. I always feel sort of bad about that. Like, just in general, I don't follow much in the way of streams or a lot of YouTube content, yet I stream and make YouTube content. That is a big part of it, Furf. I stream 4 to 5 times a week at sort of 6-ish hours a stream. That's a lot of time. And then, you know, obviously put work on top of that, and it's... This is why I'm constantly saying time goes where. The Metal Gear Marathon is even more so, as the shortest stream for the Metal Gear Marathon is like 8 hours, which is either MGS1 or Metal Gear Rising. The 8-hour mark for both of those is dependent on playing well. For MGS1 I can, sort of do. For Rising, whew. You can't really multitask while you stream.
Snake, can you hear me? It's Naomi.
Naomi? What the hell?
Campbell and the others are busy right now. I'm on a different codec.
Naomi, is what the Colonel says true?
Yes, but not everything I said was a lie.
Who are you?
I don't know myself. I don't know my real name or even what my parents looked like. I bought all my identification. But my reason for getting into genetics was true.
'Cause you want to know yourself, right?
That's right. I want to know where I came from. My age, my race, anything.
Naomi.
I was found in Rhodesia sometime in the 80s. A dirty little orphan.
Rhodesia? What's now known as Zimbabwe?
Yes. Rhodesia was owned by England until 1965, and there were lots of Indian laborers around. That's probably where I got my skin color from, but I'm not even sure about that.
Naomi, you're too worried about the past. Isn't it enough to understand who you are now?
Understand who I am now? Why should I? No one else tries to understand me. I was alone for so long, until I met my big brother, and him.
Your big brother?
Yes. Frank Jaeger.
What?
He was a young soldier when he picked me up near the Zambezi River. I was half dead from starvation, and he shared his rations with me. Yes, Frank Jaeger. The man who you destroyed was my brother and my only family.
No. Gray Fox?
We survived that hell together, Frank and I. He protected me. He's my one connection. The only connection I have to my past.
And he brought you back to America?
No. I was in Mozambique when he came.
Who is he? You mean Big Boss?
Yes. He brought us to this land of freedom, this America. And then he and my brother went back to Africa to continue the war. And that's when it happened. You killed my benefactor and sent my brother home a cripple. I vowed revenge and joined Foxhound. I knew it was my best chance to meet you, and I prayed for the day that I would.
So, were your prayers answered?
Yes. I waited 2 long years.
To kill me? Is that all you cared about?
Yes. That's right. 2 years. You were all I thought about for 2 long years. Like some kind of twisted obsession.
Do you still hate me?
Not exactly. I was partly wrong about you.
What about Liquid and the others?
I'll have my revenge on them too.
Naomi, you didn't kill that doctor too, did you? The one that used Gray Fox for his genome experiments?
Dr. Clark? No. That was my brother. Afterwards, I covered it up and helped him hide out.
So that ninja, I mean Gray Fox, he's come here to kill me?
I don't think so. I think he just came here to fight you. I wasn't sure before, but now I think I understand. A final battle with you. That's all he lives for. I'm sure of it.
Fox? No. Naomi, tell me something.
About Fox Die? Fox Die is a type of retrovirus that targets and kills only specific people. First, it infects the macrophages in the victim's body. Fox Die contains smart enzymes created through protein engineering. They're programmed to respond to specific genetic patterns in the cells.
Those enzymes recognize the target's DNA?
Right. They respond by becoming active and using the macrophages. They begin creating TNF-epsilon.
Huh?
It's a type of cytokine, a peptide which causes cells to die. The TNF-epsilon is carried along the bloodstream to the heart, where they attach to the TNF receptors in the heart cells.
And then they cause a heart attack?
The heart cells suffer a shock and undergo an extreme apoptosis. Then, the victim dies.
Apoptosis? You mean the heart cells commit suicide? Naomi.
What?
You must have programmed that thing to kill me too, right? Do I still have time? Naomi, I don't blame you for wanting me dead, but I can't go yet. I still have a job to do.
Listen, Snake. I'm not the one who made the decision to use Fox Die.
Huh? You weren't?
No. You were injected with Fox Die as a part of this operation. I just wanted to let you know that. No, that's not the whole truth.
Huh?
The real thing I wanted to tell you was... Snake,
Hey, what are you doing?
Snake!
Naomi!
Snake, I can't allow Naomi to make any more unauthorized transmissions.
What?
Naomi's been removed from this operation.
What happened to Naomi? What did she mean when she said that Fox Die was a part of this operation? Colonel, let me talk to her.
I won't. She's under arrest.
Colonel, you double-crossed me.
Snake, there's no time for that. Right now, your job is to stop Metal Gear. Okay, Snake?
I've brought it up a few times before, but like they really missed out in MGS-V not having like Sniper Wolf arc or a Naomi arc, because it's all about that time and that place. Could have absolutely done it, and it would have worked quite well. But just, I suppose that sums up MGS-V, doesn't it? Unfinished. Did Big Boss even get an arc in MGS-V? Venom almost doesn't get an arc in MGS-V. I know there's a lot of people that don't like Quiet, but, like, if you kill Quiet instead of taking her, you basically lose out on the only character development Venom has. I actually really like those two as, like, their interactions. Just non-vocal. Is good. Venom is the main character of MGS-V. That's a complicated thing, though.
Palcode number 3 confirmed. Palcode entry complete. Detonation code activated.
No, why?
We got played!
Ready for launch.
I deactivated it.
Thank you, Snake. Now the detonation code is completed. Nothing can stop Metal Gear now.
Master, what's going on?
You found the key, and even activated the warhead for us, too. I really must express my gratitude. Sorry to have involved you in that silly shape memory alloy business.
What are you talking about?
We weren't able to learn the DARPA chief's code. Even with Mantis' psychic powers, he couldn't read his mind. Then Ocelot accidentally killed him during the interrogation. In other words, we weren't able to launch the nuclear device, and we were all getting a little worried. Without the threat of a nuclear strike, our demands would never be met.
What do you mean?
Without the detonation codes, we had to find some other way. That's when we decided you might prove useful, Snake.
What?
First, I thought we might get the information from you, Snake, so I had Decoy Octopus disguise himself as the DARPA chief. Unfortunately, Octopus didn't survive the encounter, thanks to Fox Die.
You mean you had this plan from the beginning, just to get me to input the detonation code?
Huh? You didn't think you made it this far by yourself, did you?
Who the hell are you?
In any case, the launch preparations are complete. Once the world glimpses the power of this weapon, the White House will have no choice but to surrender the Fox Die vaccine. To me, their ace in the hole is useless now.
Ace in the hole?
The Pentagon's plan to use you was already successful in the torture room. Snake, you're the only one who doesn't know. Ah, poor fool.
Who are you anyway?
I'll tell you everything you want to know. If you come where I am, that is.
Where are you?
Very close by.
Snake, that's not Master Miller.
Campbell, you're too late.
Master Miller's body was just discovered at his home. He's been dead for at least 3 days. I didn't know because my codec link with Master was cut off. But Mei Ling said his transmission signal was coming from inside the base.
So who is it?
Snake, you've been talking to...
me, dear brother.
Liquid, how the...
You've served your purpose. You may die now.
The twist. Oh, Jesus! You fucking got me. I got by my own bloody notification. I thought that was actually the codec going off. Oh, Jesus. I was like, wait, because I was confused there, because I was like, wait a minute, you need to manually call Otacon for this sequence. He doesn't call you. Oh, dear. Thanks for the follow, Juan.
Snake, that's bulletproof glass. You can't break it with an ordinary weapon.
Can't you open the security lock here?
I'll try. Just hold on for a minute.
Oh, yeah. That's the real one, right? Yeah, that's the real one.
I hacked into security. Snake, I'm opening the door.
I set them up knowing that they'd fuck with me, and they still fucked with me.
Liquid! Snake! Did you like my sunglasses? You'd point a weapon at your own brother?
Why did you disguise yourself as Master?
So I could manipulate you more easily. And you performed quite well, I must say. Although the boys at the Pentagon are probably saying the same thing.
What the hell are you talking about?
Following orders blindly with no questions asked, you've lost your warrior's pride and become nothing more than a pawn, Snake.
What?
Stopping the nuclear launch, rescuing the hostages, it was all just a diversion.
A diversion?
The Pentagon only needed for you to come into contact with us. That's what killed the Arms Tech President and Decoy Octopus.
You don't mean...
That's right. You were sent here to kill us so they could retrieve Metal Gear undamaged, along with the bodies of the Genome soldiers. From the beginning, the Pentagon was just using you as a vector to spread Fox Dye.
Fox Dye? It can't be. Are you telling me Naomi was working with the Pentagon?
They thought she was, but it seems that Dr. Naomi Hunter couldn't be controlled so easily.
What?
We've got a spy working in the Pentagon. He reported that Dr. Hunter altered Fox Dye's program just before the operation, but no one knows how or why.
I wonder... Maybe they arrested her so they could find out the answer to that.
No doubt. But I had no idea she was motivated by such petty revenge. We still don't know what changes she made to Fox Dye's program. Oh well, it doesn't matter. I've already added the Fox Dye vaccine to my list of White House demands.
There's a vaccine?
There must be, but that woman is the only one who really knows. Anyway, it might prove to be unnecessary.
Why's that?
You were successful in coming into contact with all of us, so we must have all been exposed to the virus. It's true that the Arms Tech President and Decoy Octopus were killed by Fox Dye, but Ocelot, myself, and you, the carrier, were apparently unaffected.
A bug in the virus's programming?
Could be. In any case, if it doesn't kill you, then I'm not worried either. After all, our genetic code is identical.
So it's true. You and I are...
Yes, twins. But we're not ordinary twins. We're twins linked by cursed genes. Les enfants terribles. You're fine. You got all the old man's dominant genes. I got the flawed recessive genes. Everything was done so that you would be the greatest of his children. The only reason I exist is so they could create you.
I was the favorite, huh?
That's right. I'm just the leftovers of what they used to make you. Can you understand what it's like to know that you're garbage since the day you were born? But I'm the one Father chose.
So that's why you're so obsessed with Big Boss. Some warped kind of love.
Love? It's hate! He always told me I was inferior, and now I'll have my revenge! You should understand me, brother. You killed our father with your own hands! You stole my chance for revenge! Now I'll finish the work that Father began. I will surpass him! I will destroy him!
You're just like Naomi.
Well, I'm not like you! Unlike you, I'm proud of the destiny that is encoded into my very genes! Yeah!
Snake, your blood will be the first to be spilled by this glorious new weapon. Consider it an honor, a gift from your brother. Now I'll show you the power of the weapon that will lead us in the 21st century.
It's moving.
You shall be the first to go. And I shall be the last.
How do I stop it?
Something like that. It's been a long time since I played Baldur's Gate. That is something that has been discussed for years, Elratu, because I'd considered doing it as a co-op with a mate of mine. I didn't realize I could get a double hit in there.
Snake, Rex's armor is impregnable. You can't do any damage with the weapons you've got. Rex uses the latest advances in compound armor. The only way you can pierce it is with a high-performance heat round.
So what do I do?
Rex's pilot seat operates exactly like a VR system. It's got multiple sensors connected to a high-tech interface used for the controls. It's completely self-enclosed and shut off from the outside environment.
He's not using his naked eyes?
That's right. So if you could somehow destroy the sensors... Do you see that round plate on Rex's left arm?
Yeah, that thing that looks like a shield.
That's a radome. If you can destroy that thing, it won't be able to use its electronic equipment.
So he'll be blinded.
Yeah, try to hit that radome with a Stinger missile.
So that will stop it?
No. Rex was designed so it can be controlled manually, too.
Oh, great.
The part that looks like a beak is where the pilot seat is. In an emergency, it'll open up. Rex's armor is perfect. You can't destroy it.
You told me that already.
But the interior is a different story.
I get it. First I destroy the radome. That will force him to open up the pilot's seat.
Right. If you can shoot a Stinger missile into the cockpit, you'll destroy the computer control system.
You intentionally designed it with a weak point?
It's not a weak point. I like to think of it as a character flaw. People just aren't complete without some type of character flaw, don't you think?
I guess so. I owe you one, Otacon.
God dang it. Getting torn up by the penis laser. Hey! Oh Christ. I'm boned!
Did that do it?
It's not over yet.
Nice try, Snake! Die!
Hurry! Get away!
Great Fox!
The name from long ago. It sounds better than Deep Throat.
So it is you.
You look terrible, Snake. You haven't aged well.
I'll send you back to hell!
Fox, why? What do you want from me?
I am a prisoner of death. Only you can free me.
Fox, stay out of this. What about Naomi? She's hell-bent on taking revenge for you.
Naomi?
You're the only one who can stop her.
No, I can't.
Why?
Because I'm the one who killed her parents. I was young then, and couldn't bring myself to kill her too. I felt so bad that I decided to take her with me. I raised her like she was my own blood to soothe my guilty conscience. Even now, she thinks of me as her brother. Fox. From the outside, we might have seemed like a happy brother and sister. But every time I looked at her, I saw her parents' eyes staring back at me. Tell her for me. Tell her that I was the one who did it.
There you are!
We're just about out of time. Here's a final present from Deep Throat. I'll stop it from moving. Fox!
In the Middle East, we don't hunt foxes, we hunt jackals. Instead of foxhounds, we use Royal Harriers.
Fox!
How strong is that exoskeleton of yours? Snake, are you just going to sit by and watch him die?
Cornered fox is more dangerous than a jackal. Destroyed the radome.
Impressive! You are indeed worthy of the codename Fox, but now you're finished!
No! Fire the stinger!
Fox! Can you really shoot? You'll kill him too!
Now, in front of you, it's no good. I can't do it. After Zanzibar, I was taken from the battle. Neither truly alive nor truly dead. An undying shadow in a world of light. But soon, soon, it will finally end. Die! Snake, we're not tools of the government or anyone else. Fighting was the only thing I was good at. But at least I always fought for what I believed in. Snake, farewell.
Foolish man! He prayed for death, and it found him. You see, you can't protect anyone, not even yourself. Die!
Oh, dang it. God damn. You never get the spacing right on this.
I'll crush you into dust.
Now watch as we struggle for an hour on the next phase. Yeah, I plugged the controller in.
Sleeping late as usual. A snake.
Liquid, you're still alive.
I won't die as long as you still live.
Too bad. It looks like your revolution was a failure.
Just because you've destroyed Metal Gear doesn't mean I am done fighting.
Fighting? What are you really after?
A world where warriors like us are honored as we once were. As we should be.
That was Big Boss's fantasy.
It was his dying wish! When he was young, during the Cold War, the world needed men like us. We were valued then. We were desired. But things, are different now. With all the liars and hypocrites running the world, war isn't what it used to be. We're losing our place in a world that no longer needs us. A world that now spurns our very existence. You should know that as well as I do. After I launch this weapon and get our $1 billion, we'll be able to bring chaos and honor back to this world gone soft. Conflict will breed conflict. New hatreds will arise. Then, we'll steadily expand our sphere of influence.
But as long as there are people, there will always be war.
But the problem is balance. Father knew what type of a balance was best.
Is that the only reason?
Isn't it reason enough for warriors such as us?
I don't want that kind of world.
Ha! You lie! So why are you here then? Why do you continue to follow your orders while your superiors betray you? Why did you come here? Well, I'll tell you then. You enjoy all the killing. That's why.
What?
Are you denying it? Haven't you already killed most of my comrades?
That was...
I watched your face when you did it. It was filled with the joy of battle.
You're wrong.
There's a killer inside you. You don't have to deny it. We were created to be that way.
Created?
Les enfants terribles. The terrible children. That's what the project was called. It started in the 1970s. Their plan was to artificially create the most powerful soldier possible. The person that they chose as the model was the man known then as the greatest living soldier in the world.
Big Boss.
But Father was wounded in combat and already in a coma when they brought him in. So they created us from his cells, with a combination of 20th century analog cloning and the super baby method.
Super baby method.
They fertilized an egg with one of Father's cells, and then let it divide into 8 clone babies. Then they transferred the clones to someone's uterus, and later intentionally aborted 6 of the fetuses to encourage strong fetal growth. You and I were originally octuplets.
Octuplets?
Yes. The other 6 of our brothers were sacrificed to make us. We were accomplices in murder before the day we were even born. So it was you and I, 2 fertilized eggs with exactly the same DNA. But they weren't finished yet. They used me as a guinea pig to create a phenotype in which all of the dominant genes were expressed. To create you! I got all of the recessive genes! You took everything from me before I was even born! But you and I aren't his only children.
What?
The Genome Soldiers. They too are his progeny, carrying on his genetic legacy. But they're different. They're digital. With the completion of the Human Genome Project, the mysteries of humanity were laid bare. Thanks to Father's DNA, they were able to identify more than 60 soldier genes responsible for everything from strategic thinking to the proverbial killer instinct. Those soldier genes were transplanted into the members of the next generation Special Forces. That's how they became the Genome Soldiers. That's right. The Genome Soldiers that you've been killing are our brothers with the same genes as ours.
The Genome Soldiers?
That's right. They are our brothers, created artificially through the alignment of nucleotides to mimic our father's genes. They too are the product of numerous sacrifices.
Sacrifices?
Human experiments! 1991, the Gulf War. The military secretly injected soldiers with the soldier genes. The Gulf War syndrome that hundreds of thousands of returning soldiers complained about was a side effect of it.
Ha! Everyone knows that the Gulf War syndrome was caused by exposure to depleted uranium used in the anti-tank rounds.
That was just a cover story issued by the Pentagon. First they tried to say it was post-traumatic stress disorder, then chemical or biological weapons. The poison gas detection units and the anti-sarin injections, they were all just a cover-up of the secret genetic experiments.
So then, the so-called Gulf War babies that have been reported by Gulf War veterans are...
Yes. They too are our brothers and sisters.
So the Genome Soldiers mean that the experiments were a success?
Success? Don't be a fool. They're a complete failure. We are on the verge of extinction.
What?
Have you ever heard of the asymmetry theory? Nature tends to favor asymmetry. Those species which have gone extinct all show signs of symmetry. The Genome Soldiers suffer from the same problem. Signs of symmetry. So do I. As do you. That's right. We are all on the verge of death at the genetic level. We don't know when or what type of disease will occur. That's why we need the old man's genetic information.
You want Big Boss's DNA so you can save your family? It's very touching.
In nature, family members don't mate with each other, and yet they help each other to survive. Do you know why? It increases the chance that their genes will be passed on to a new generation. Altruism among blood relatives is a response to natural selection. It's called the selfish gene theory.
You're telling me that your genes are ordering you to save the Genome Soldiers?
You can't fight your genes. It's fate. All living things are born for the sole purpose of passing on their parents' genes. That's why I'll follow what my genes tell me. And then I'm going to go beyond. In order to break the curse of my heritage. And to do that, first, I will kill you. Look behind you!
Meryl! Is she alive?
I'm not sure. She was alive a few hours ago. Poor girl kept calling your name.
Meryl.
Stupid woman. Falling in love with a man who doesn't even have a name.
I have a name.
No! We have no past, no future, and even if we did, it wouldn't be truly ours. You and I are just copies of our father, Big Boss.
Let Meryl go.
As soon as we've finished our business, we're almost out of time.
You're talking about Fox Die.
No. It seems now that the Pentagon knows that Metal Gear is destroyed, they've arrived at a decision. They won't even need a BDA. If you want the details, why don't you ask your precious Colonel Campbell?
Colonel, can you hear me?
Yes, I'm listening.
What is the Pentagon trying to do? Colonel, answer me.
The Secretary of Defense has taken over active control of this operation. He's on his way there by AWACS.
What for?
To bomb the place.
What?
Not only that, B-2 bombers just lifted off from Galena Air Force Base. They're carrying B-6113 surface-piercing tactical nuclear bombs.
What? Metal Gear is destroyed. Tell the Secretary of Defense.
The Secretary of Defense heard that Naomi double-crossed us, and he's worried about Fox Die. Now that there's no more danger of a nuclear strike from Metal Gear, he's going to do whatever's necessary to cover up the truth of what really happened here.
He's going to drop a nuclear bomb to vaporize all the evidence along with anyone who knows anything.
Don't worry, Snake. I'll stop the nuclear strike.
How?
I may only be a figurehead here, but I'm still officially in command of this mission. If I issue an order to delay the strike, it'll confuse the chain of command and at least buy you some time. It'll give you a chance to escape.
But, Colonel, if you do that...
It's okay, Snake. The truth is, Foxhound was already the subject of an undercover investigation. Meryl was transferred to this base just before the terrorist attack as a way of manipulating me.
Those bastards.
I'm sorry. They forced me to cooperate in exchange for her life. You better get out of there, Snake.
Are you sure? It'll be bad for you.
Don't worry. It's the least I can do for you, after all the lies.
Colonel.
I'm ordering them to cancel the bombing run. After that, there's no turning back. What? What are you doing? What?
Snake!
Mei Ling, what happened to the Colonel?
I don't believe it.
What happened?
Snake, the Colonel!
Roy Campbell has been relieved of duty. This is the Secretary of Defense, Jim Houseman.
Put the Colonel back on.
He's been placed under arrest for leaking top-secret information and for the crime of high treason.
Ridiculous.
Yes, he's a ridiculous man. He truly believed that he was in command of this operation.
You bastard.
There won't be a speck of evidence left. I'm sure the President would want the same thing.
President ordered this?
President is a busy man. I have complete authority here.
How do you plan on explaining a nuclear attack on Alaska to the media?
Don't worry. We've prepared a convincing cover story. We'll simply say that the terrorists exploded a nuclear device.
Smart. You'll be murdering everyone here. The scientists, the Genome Army, everyone.
Donald, the DARPA chief, is already dead.
So, you didn't mean to kill the DARPA chief after all?
He was my friend.
And you could care less about what happens to everybody else, huh?
Well, if you give me the optic disc, I might consider saving them.
What are you talking about?
Metal Gear's test data. Donald was supposed to bring it back.
I don't have it.
I see. Oh well, that's okay. You two are an embarrassment from the 1970s. Our country's dirty little secret. You can't be allowed to live. Well, the bombs will be dropping soon, and you two have a lot of catching up to do. Farewell.
There's no way out for us. Let's finish this before the airstrike. You stole everything from me. Only your death can satisfy me. Only your death can return to me what is rightly mine. She'll make a beautiful sacrifice for our final battle. Do you see this? It will be the time limit for our final battle. This nuclear module is set to detonate at the precise moment of her death. If you win, you might still be able to save her. You could enjoy one brief moment of love before the end. If you cross this line, you'll fall. At this height, it will kill even you. Have at you, Snake.
Now, those of you that have not seen one of these before, I tend to struggle a lot with this fight. This may take a few tries. And yeah, you get a 30-second movie sequence tax. The irony, well, irony, but not irony. Funny thing is, you don't lose the 30 seconds if you have to restart the fight. You actually get the full 3 minutes. Goddamn, we're gonna end up like timeout.
Better hurry! It's going to blow! Nice shot! What's wrong, Snake?
I can never remember how this fight works mechanically. A Tekken player, I am not. This is Melty Blood? Maybe. Maybe I'd stand a chance.
What's wrong, Snake? Nice shot!
shit. Got baited.
You're out of time!
It all falls apart.
You're out of time! Have at you, Snake!
Ah, shit.
What's wrong?
Sometimes you have time to hit him, and other times he just transitions into his dodge stance straight away.
Nice shot! What's wrong, Snake?
And then there's his sidestep stance, which looks like his dodge stance, but isn't. And you can actually hit him during it.
Better hurry! It's going to blow!
Hitting him off the edge is actually bad, because it wastes a bunch of time.
You're out of time!
Hey! 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 He recovered!
Have at you, Snake! What's wrong, Snake? Nice shot!
How did I do the multi-punch?
What's wrong, Snake?
I wonder if you can time it right and just like do constant jabs.
Better hurry! It's going to blow!
God dang it.
You're out of time!
Ah, yeah, go on.
Have at you, Snake!
Do I need to do the speedrunner thing where I just have like a save before this fight and just sit here practicing this fight?
Nice shot!
A lot of this just comes down to the mechanics of this fight are so different from everything else in the game. You don't have a chance to like learn or practice it. It's only this one fight.
You're out of time! You're out of time!
Have at you, Snake!
Like I said, the mechanics of this fight only apply to this fight, and only in this part. You can't practice it. And I've never fully understood what the mechanics are for it.
Better hurry! It's going to blow!
Nice shot!
Like a lot of the bosses with this game, if you lose the momentum, you're just kind of screwed. Alright, got him that time.
Meryl.
That wasn't too bad. It was, what, 3 or 4 tries?
Meryl?
Could be worse.
Snake, is that you? Snake, oh, you're alive. Thank God.
Meryl. Meryl, are you okay?
Are you okay? Is that all you can say?
Meryl, it must have been terrible.
Oh, it wasn't that bad. I didn't give in to the torture.
Torture?
And things even worse than that. I was fighting too. Just like you.
You're a strong woman.
Fighting them made me feel closer to you. I felt like you were there with me. It gave me the strength to go on. But I was scared.
I'm sorry.
Don't say that. But it made me realize something. During all the pain and shame, there was one thing I was sure of. A single hope that I held on to. And that hope kept me alive. Snake, I wanted to see you again.
Meryl. That's my Kodak.
Snake, it's me.
Otacon, good news. Meryl's okay.
All right. You saved her, man. Good job.
I got some bad news, too. We're about to be bombed.
Oh, boy. I guess we're considered expendable.
Is there a way out of here?
A way out? Yeah. You can take the loading tunnel to the surface. There's a parking garage right next to you. The tunnel leads from there to the surface.
The door in front?
No. It's a small entrance to the west of that door.
How about the security?
I just unlocked it. Who do you think you're talking to? I'll take care of security along your escape route, too.
What are you going to do?
Me? I'll stay here.
Are you crazy?
I need a little more time to take care of your escape route.
But...
unlocking the security doors is difficult work. Only I can do it.
Otacon.
Don't worry. I'm staying here. It's my own decision.
Otacon, this is a hardened shelter, but they're going to use a surface-piercing nuclear bomb. It won't hold.
I'm through regretting the past. Life isn't all about loss, you know. Snake, I'm a complete person now. I've found a reason to live.
Good. Don't die on me.
Same to you. Take care of Meryl, okay?
I will.
Okay, I gotta go. I promise I'll do something about your escape route.
Thanks.
Thanks? Well, that sounds nice.
I believe in you.
Thanks, Snake.
Let's get the hell out of here.
What about him? Where's Otacon?
He's fighting right now. With his old self. To be the man he wants to be.
He's fighting for us too?
Yeah. And I don't want it to be in vain.
Me too.
Meryl.
This is technically the canon ending.
Snake.
Meryl.
But we didn't know this was the canon ending until MGS 4.
It started.
I must be heavy.
Looks like we're not gonna have a love scene after all.
Looks that way. Too bad.
The Otacon ending can't be canon because
let's get out of here.
Meryl's dead.
Snake, it's freezing outside. You need some clothes.
There's my sneaking suit.
Hurry up. Hurry!
Only in this ending that both Meryl and Otacon live.
Looking good, Snake.
I always thought the Otacon ending was the canon ending because of how MGS2 starts.
Hurry! I'll drive. Damn, a surveillance camera. Damn, no keys. All right, keys. I got it, Snake. Jump in. Fire that machine gun with your weapon mode. Shoot him, Snake. Snake, hold on.
Odd sort of pseudo first-person section if you so choose. It does make it much easier to control.
Uh-oh, Snake. Check it. Here they come. We'll never make it. Snake, clear. Okay, Snake, let's go. We're not out of the woods yet. Here they come. We'll never make it. Snake, clear a path. You did it, Snake.
It's not over yet.
Not yet, Snake. It's not over yet.
Liquid!
Bullets going through his fucking head. Good thing I can't point Dune.
you okay?
Yeah, just a little shook up.
Meryl, can you move?
It's no good. I can't move.
What happened to Liquid?
I can't see him either.
Liquid's dead. Uh-oh.
Snake! Snake!
If he's dead, that means...
Don't say it, Snake.
What happened to the air raid? No stealth bombers in sight.
Snake, can you hear me?
Colonel.
Are you okay?
Colonel, what happened?
The Secretary of Defense has been arrested. Early retirement.
Arrested?
I was able to get into contact with the President. Metal Gear, the training exercise, all of it. It was all the Secretary of Defense acting alone.
Acting alone? What happened to the air raid and the nuclear strike?
The orders were rescinded. The F-117s and the B-2 Spirits have returned to the base. Once again, I have complete authority over this operation.
I see.
Washington isn't stupid enough to use nukes to cover up a few secrets.
I wonder about that.
In any case, the danger's over. Thanks, Snake.
Colonel, you can rest easy. Meryl's fine.
Really? Thanks. Thank you, Snake. Snake, I'm sorry. I kept a lot of things from you.
It's okay, Colonel.
Snake, I'm not a colonel.
Oh, that's right.
I've got a present for you. There's a snowmobile close to you. Mei Ling saw it on the satellite photos. This time of year, the glaciers are pretty calm. You should be able to ride right out of there. I'll bet the boys at the DIA and the NSA never expected you to come home alive.
Me neither. I better not show my face around here.
No danger of that. You two officially died after your Jeep sank into the ocean.
That's not too far from the truth.
Also, there's a helicopter waiting for you on Fox Island.
Dr. Hal Emmerich should be somewhere on the base. I want someone to bring him in.
I understand. Leave it to me.
Okay, Roy. Are you gonna be okay?
Don't worry. I've got an insurance policy. A hard copy of all Mei Ling's data. As long as I've got that, you, me, and Mei Ling will be fine.
The battery on these nanomachines will run out soon. They won't be able to follow us.
I guess we won't meet again.
Don't worry. I'll pay you a visit sometime.
Really? I look forward to that.
Roy, just tell me one thing.
What?
About Fox Die.
Meryl will be fine. She wasn't included in its programming.
What about me? It killed Liquid.
Naomi said that she wants to talk to you face to face about that.
How is she?
Don't worry. Mei Ling is with her right now. I'm switching over to Naomi.
Snake, it's me.
Naomi.
I heard about my brother.
I'm sorry. But he had one last message he wanted to say to you. He told me to tell you to forget about him and to go on with your own life.
Frankie said that?
Yeah. He also said he'll always love you. Naomi, your brother just saved you, me, and the whole world. He fought with every ounce of strength in his body.
Maybe now he's finally found some peace. He wasn't really my brother anymore. Ever since he fought with you in Zanzibar, he's been like a ghost. A ghost looking for a place to die.
Naomi, Liquid died from Fox died too. What about me? When am I gonna go?
That's up to you.
What do you mean?
Everybody dies when their time's up.
Yeah, so when's mine up?
It's up to you how you use the time left to you. Live, Snake. That's all I can say to you. Each person is born with their fate written into their own genetic code. It's unchangeable, immutable. But that's not all there is to life. I finally realized that. I told you before, the reason that I was interested in genes and DNA, because I wanted to know who I was, where I came from. I thought that if I analyzed my DNA, I could find out who I was, who my parents were, and I thought that if I knew that, then I'd know what path I should take in life. But I was wrong. I didn't find anything. I didn't learn anything. Just like with the genome soldiers, you can input all the genetic information, but that doesn't make them into the strongest soldiers. The most we can say about DNA is that it governs a person's potential strengths, potential destiny. You mustn't allow yourself to be chained to fate, to be ruled by your genes. Humans can choose the type of life they want to live. Snake, whether or not you're in the Fox Die program isn't important. The important thing is that you choose life. And then live. Don't you think, Snake? Don't worry. I'm going to choose life too. Until today, I've always looked for a reason to live. But from here on, I'm going to just live. Genes exist to pass down our hopes and dreams for the future through our children. Living is a link to the future. That's how all life works. Loving each other, teaching each other. That's how we can change the world. I finally realized it. The true meaning of life. Thank you, Snake.
Look, I found this.
Let's keep it as a reminder.
Of what? A reminder of a successful mission? Or the first time we met?
A reminder of how to live.
Huh?
Until today, I've lived only for myself. Survival has been the only thing I cared about in my life.
That's not just you. That's how everyone is.
I only felt truly alive when I was staring death in the face. I don't know. Maybe it's written into my genes.
What about now? What do your genes say about your future now?
Maybe it's time I live for someone else.
Someone else?
Yeah. Someone like you. Maybe that's the real way to live.
So, where to, Snake?
David. My name's David.
Okay. So where to, Dave?
I think it's time we look for a new path in life.
A new path?
A new purpose.
Will we find it?
We'll find it. I know we'll find it.
What are those?
Caribou. To the Aleutians, the caribou is a symbol of life. It'll be spring here soon.
For us too?
Yeah. Spring brings new life to everything. It's a time for hope. I've lived here a long time, but Alaska has never looked more beautiful. The sky, the sea, the caribou, and most of all, you.
I think I'm gonna like this new life.
Come on. Let's enjoy life.
As I was saying in the chat there, I definitely prefer the Broforce ending. It works so much better in many different ways. Meryl ending always feels kind of weak, unfortunately. Well, we did the Broforce ending last marathon, so did the Meryl ending this time. I would die, Wiki. No, you think I'm bad at the video now? Imagine me with no sleep. Having played for 48 hours straight, like, oh god, that would be a mess. Hey, there we are. Alaskan bears. This is such a good song. I don't even know if I could do 48 hours in a stretch anymore. Like, I used to be able to when I was younger, but I don't think I could these days. like, the big problem would be, even if I could, like, force myself to stay awake for that long, I would not be able to focus in any kind of way to, you know, complete reasonably complex video game. And as for the streaming is taxing, you're not wrong. Again, cause people are just like, oh, it's just play video games. It's not hard, but it does run your energy. Which is why, like, the marathon is the 5 particular games that it is. I could add more to it, but then I'm hitting the point of just like I've got no focus or energy buffer left.
You mustn't allow yourself to be chained to fate, to be ruled by your genes. Humans can choose the type of life they want to live. The important thing is that you choose life, and then live.
Yes, sir. The entire unit was wiped out. Those 2 are still alive. The Vector? Yes, sir. Fox Die should become activated soon. Right on schedule. Yes, sir. I recovered all of Rex's dummy warhead data. No, sir. My cover is intact. Nobody knows who I really am. Yes, the DARPA chief knew my identity, but he's been disposed of. Yes.
Oh, the tangled webs we weave.
That's right. Until the very end, Liquid thought he was the inferior one. Yes, sir, I agree completely. It takes a well-balanced individual such as yourself to rule the world. No, sir. No one knows that you were the third one, Solidus. What should I do about the woman? Yes, sir. I'll keep her under surveillance. Yes. Thank you. Goodbye, Mr. President.
Dun, dun, dun. And all of that isn't just waffly bullshit, all of that's important. I don't even know what, like, a good end score for MGS1 is anymore. Did I like it? Of course I did. Metal Gear Solid 1's one of my all-time favorite games. You would have liked more Liquid. Well, my friend, have I got the marathon for you? But yeah, that's MGS1 done. First of 5 games from the marathon. MGS1 and 2 will both be done in a single stream.
Nuclear weapons.
Well, in a single stream each, I should say. So we'll be coming back tomorrow night to do Metal Gear Solid 2, which should be done also in a single stream like Metal Gear Solid 1 was. I haven't decided yet whether I'll do Metal Gear Solid 3 in a single segment. It's basically 12 hours right up. So it mostly comes down to a matter of holding my energy levels for the full 12 hours, especially since MGS3 has execution required right up until the end. But yeah, what else do I have to say at this point? I don't know. That was Metal Gear Solid 1. I hope you enjoyed it. I really did. It's one of my all-time favorite video games for a reason. A lot of fun. The reason I do the marathon every year. If you enjoyed it and you're not familiar with Metal Gear, tune in tomorrow for the next part of the story. If you enjoyed it and you are familiar with Metal Gear, tune in tomorrow for Action Grandpa. Everybody loves Action Grandpa. Oh, yeah. Switch to the splash image.
The nuclear weapons disposal facility on Shadow Moses Island in Alaska.
Yeah, it's been a lot of fun. Hopefully everyone enjoyed themselves. It's been good. We've had like a really quite active chat this whole game, which is always great. As I've said many times, I enjoy streaming because it means I get to talk to people while playing games I enjoy. And that was definitely the case today. Hopefully we can keep that kicking on over the course of the whole week. Yeah, that is all for now. Thanks for watching, everyone, and hopefully I'll see you all next time.